Hello and welcome to the morning news here on Newday on TV3. My name is Beatrice Sedu. Coming up in the next few minutes. Now, U.S. immigration officials confirm Ken Ofori-Atta overstayed visa as they describe the former finance minister as an illegal alien. Also coming up, fuel prices set for second straight drop as strong city and falling global oil prices ease pressure at the pumps. Also on the program, Ghana orders 4 new helicopters for defense and transport operations. President John Mahama constitutes a presidential advisory group on the economy to provide strategic guidance on Ghana's economic recovery and long-term growth. All of these stories in the next few minutes. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, petrol, diesel and liquefied petroleum gas are expected to record a second consecutive reduction at the pumps. The Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies attribute this expected reduction to strengthening of the Ghana cedi and lower international petroleum prices, which continue to improve pricing conditions in the downstream petroleum sector.
Prices of petroleum products are projected to decline again in the next pricing window, extending the downward trend that began earlier in the year. Petrol is expected to fall by between 1.26 and 2.3%, while diesel prices could drop by 1.97 to 2.1%. Liquefied petroleum gas (LPG) is projected to record the sharpest reduction, easing by 3.1% to as much as 5.09%. Industry data from the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies (COMAC) indicate that the projected reductions are largely driven by the continued appreciation of the Ghana cedi against major trading currencies, particularly the US dollar, which has reduced the cost of petroleum imports. This currency strength, combined with declining prices of refined petroleum products on the international market, has improved cost build-ups for bulk oil distribution companies. Market watchers say the expected price adjustments, if fully passed on by oil marketing companies, could bring some relief to households and businesses, especially transport operators and small enterprises that rely heavily on fuel and LPG for daily operations. While the outlook remains positive in the short term, analysts caution that global crude oil price movements and exchange rate stability will remain key determinants of pump prices in the weeks ahead.
Some more here, and former Maslow boss Sedina Tamaklo Ationu has been arrested and is currently being held in custody in the United States following the execution of an extradition request submitted by Ghanaian authorities. According to a press release issued by Victor Emmanuel Smith, Ghana's ambassador to the U.S., she's being detained at the Nevada Southern Detention Center located at within Nevada. The statement confirms that Mrs. Tamaklo Ationu was arrested by U.S. Marshals on January 6 and has remained in detention since then. Her arrest, the release note, was carried out in response to an extradition request sent to U.S. authorities in July 2024. And let me read that statement coming from Ambassador Victor Smith. It says, I can today confirm that Mrs. Sedina Tamaklo Ationu is being detained at the Nevada Southern Detention Center. My information is that she was detained by U.S. Marshals on January 6th and has since been kept at that detention center. I am reliably informed that acting on an extradition request sent to the U.S. authorities sometime in July 2024, U.S. Marshals arrested Mrs. Tamaklo Ationu and placed her in detention to await her day in court. Signed by Ghana's ambassador to the U.S., Victor Emmanuel Smith, and this was released yesterday, the 15th of January, 2026. We say in the U.S. because the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE unit has also described Ghana's former finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta as an illegal alien who has overstayed his permitted admission. ICE adds that the former finance minister's conduct amounts to a violation of U.S. immigration law, which could result in deportation. An ICE spokesperson provided this clarification in a correspondence with TV3's Joseph Akable. The journalist contacted the immigration office with the aim of understanding the circumstances surrounding the arrest of Mr. Ofori-Atta by posing the following questions. Are you currently holding a Ghanaian national by name Kenneth Ofori-Atta, among others? Now, ICE in response provided information generally regarding the detention and said that there have been multiple reports on why Mr. Ofori-Atta was arrested. While some publications have suggested his visa was revoked, others have linked his arrest to Ghana's extradition request. ICE says Mr. Ofori-Atta entered the United States on May 28, 2025 on a visitor's visa. This visa, ICE says, had an expiration date of November 27, 2025. Let me quote what the officials said in that response to our questions. It said, Kenneth Nanaya Ofori-Atta is an illegal alien from Ghana that is facing corruption and corruption-related charges in his home country. He entered the United States on May 28, 2025 on a visitor's visa with an expiration date of November 27, 2025. Ofori-Atta overstayed his permitted admission, unquote. Now, the immigration unit announced that Mr. Ofori-Atta will remain in custody as he is taken through due process of law. And again, a quote here says he has been issued a notice to appear and will remain in ICE custody. He will be given due process before a Justice Department immigration judge, unquote. ICE concluded by saying that the Trump administration expects aliens to respect laws or face consequences. The Trump administration has been abundantly clear. Aliens must respect our laws or face the consequences. Overstaying a visa is an immigration law violation that can result in deportation. And you expect that will bring you some more on Ken Ofori-Atta and Sedinam Tamaklo Atuonu, the issues in U.S. in our subsequent bulletins. Now, President John Mahama has constituted a presidential advisory group on the economy to provide strategic guidance on Ghana's economic recovery and long-term growth. The group is expected to support macroeconomic stability, fiscal sustainability, and job creation under the government's broader agenda reset. Now, it will also play a key role in shaping flagship interventions such as the 24-hour economy and the accelerated export development program. Beg your pardon. Now, in a statement issued by the presidency on Thursday, January 15, and signed by Minister for Government Communications, Felix Kwakye-Ofosu, the government said that the move reflects the president's resolve to tap into deep national and international expertise to navigate current economic challenges. Now, let me just bring you who these members are, the 12 members. Of course, the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, also Mr. Ishmael Yamson, and we have Kwame Pienim, also Ms. Nana Oye Mansa Yeboah, Dr. Kwabena Dufo, former Finance Minister, Sir Samuel Jonah, also Mr. Atto Brown, Dr. Henry Kofi Wampa. We have Togbe Apade the 14th, Ms. Abena Amoa, also Professor Priscilla Chumesi Bafo, Professor Patience Asewe Abo. Some more here, and the Adenta Circuit Court has granted famed self-styled Prophet Evans Ishan, also known as Ebonoa, a bail of 100,000 Ghana cedis with 2 sureties. Ebonoa has been charged with publication of false news with intent to cause fear and panic after he went viral for claiming the world will be destroyed by floods on Christmas Day last year. Lord Edward Saris report.
At the last agendas, the presiding judge ordered for psychiatric evaluation of the self-acclaimed prophet who had become a viral sensation following claims that he was building an ark to save mankind from another doomsday flood. When the case was called on Thursday, January 15, the prosecution disclosed to the court that the results of the assessment was ready. They pleaded with the court to amend the charge sheets and a discharge of Ebonoa. He was then charged with publication of false news to cause fear and panic, but pleaded not guilty. Lawyers of Ebonoa prayed for a bail which was granted by presiding judge Angela Atachi. Ebonoa was granted 100,000 Ghana cedi bail with 2 sureties, one of which, the judge added, must be justified with a landed property or a vehicle valued by the STC. He was also ordered to report to the police once every week. The case has since been adjourned to March 18 for continuation. Per the brief facts of the case, Ebonoa, a 33-year-old private security guard in Accra, admitted in his investigation caution statement of circulating the said videos in his Facebook, TikTok and YouTube accounts. The prosecution further alleged that Ebonoa stated that the boat he referred to as an ark in the videos did not belong to him but was owned by a fisherman in Elmina in the central region. Lord Idwasari, TV3 News, Accra.
Now, hundreds of Ayalolo buses have been grounded for years without maintenance, while passengers continue to bear the brunt of vehicle scarcity in the capital city. Currently, only 80 out of the 245 Ayalolo buses procured in 2016 are operating. Christian Yali reports.
Some have their windscreens completely broken. Others are literally sitting on the ground. Many do not have seats in them as hundreds of the Ayalolo buses continue to rot away in a yard at the Achimota news station. Many of these buses were never operated but have been left under the mercy of the weather for nearly a decade. It remains a pity as government now makes efforts to service Metro Mass buses or even procure new ones for public transportation. I'm sure that this is one of the transport minister would take a keen interest in if we are looking at bringing more buses, especially the agreement that we know has been signed to bring in about 100 of the EV buses, the electric buses, and even the current arrangement with Metro Mass to get more of their buses coming into town to transport people. But you see a lot of them here. See, these ones, all their tires have been removed. Let me show you just another of the bus with the windscreens and everything torn apart. Nothing to write home about. Even if you decide to maintain, it would cost you a lot. Grounded, no attention paid to them. Is it that we have forgotten about them, or what is the situation? I visited the Madina Zongo Junction Thursday, and as it has frequently been, hundreds of people endure long queues every morning, standing for hours. It is a severe punishment for these workers and even students. Accra, for how long have you been here?
1.5 hours. 1.5 hour.
1.5 hours you've been standing here to get a car?
Yeah. Cars no drew her. Now I'm for passengers now. When just kind of maneuver fair now, it's say so you into petrol here.
When you get to school late, are you punished?
Yes, please.
What kind of punishment do you receive when you get to school late?
We weed. They give us a plot of land to weed. They have to bring more buses, the electric buses, so that we can get to school early on time and have a good lesson.
It's not always that you get it early. Yeah. So we are suffering. The government have to help us with the bus.
We are used to it now, so we don't know, we always come here and stand here to get cars, so we are just used to it.
Yeah, move near there.
And you know, so by will be a new kid.
Say be a friend of my son.
No, yes.
And yes, I need to crown.
No.
how?
Oh, maybe ana time way.
People have to run in this fashion so that they are able to secure a spot or they're able to secure a space in the buses. That is the real story. That is the real situation. That is what we are talking about. How troubling our public transport system has been over the period, has been over the years, and how successive governments have not been able to deal with this situation.
I take you back to this yard where an unfortunate story is told. The Transport Ministry says it is working around the clock to salvage the situation, but it appears some of the Ayalolo buses earlier procured with the taxpayers' money might just become a waste. Christian Yale, TV3 News, Accra.
Now, the Deputy Managing Director in charge of operations at Metro Mass Transit Limited, Harun Apelredu, says the company is currently operating with its lowest bus fleet as more than 400 buses have broken down. Speaking to TV3 on the possible causes of the recent transport challenges in the capital, the Deputy Managing Director explained that many of the faulty buses are beyond repair. He spoke to Joseph Armstrong.
This is the Metro Mass Transit Limited head office, and as part of our Transport Challenges campaign, we visited this place to find out exactly what the issues are. Where I stand is the head office, and we are told some of these buses will be moving very soon to Kaswa Enclave, and many of them will also be going towards Adenta and other parts. We are fortunate to have here with us the Deputy MD in charge of operation, Harun Apelredu, joining us to give us some further explanation on what exactly it is. Explain to us, what exactly is a challenge? You are told about 400 of your vehicles are not functional. How did you get here?
Thank you very much. Like you rightly pointed out, let me take our viewers a bit into some historical account of where we are. As you are aware, Metro Mass was birthed out of then defunct Omnibus Service Authority, as we put it, OSA. By 2003, under the elsewhere Kufuor administration, through an act of parliament, Metro Mass was established. When Metro Mass was established, President Kufuor began with about 500 buses. Then Mills Mahama, spanning from 2009 to 2016, augmented our fleet level with additional 500 buses, summing up to about 1,000 buses as of 2016. When the NDC exited power in 2016, at 2017, when the MPP administration took over the reins of power, at Metro Mass, they put about 400 buses on scraps. Then, 2 months into the elections, specifically October 2024, additional 313 buses, 313 buses, were also put on scraps, sold to some individuals allegedly associated with the previous management or administration. Unfortunately, from the sale of the 300 buses, we were told that then management realized a paltry 2.9 million out of the sale of 313 buses. Currently, we are routing averagely about 115 buses across Ghana. We have 90 buses at various levels of repairs. We have close to about 197 buses, specifically 197 buses declared by the technicians or the technical department as unserviceable. So that is the sorry state of Metro Mass.
How many of them which are unserviceable? How many?
Currently, we have about 197 buses declared by the technical department as unserviceable.
So what do you do with them?
Well, as it stands now, per the law, Board of Survey has been put together. They've combed around the country, submitted their reports, which will be taken to the next level for consideration. And the sorry state of it was that you realize that previously, poor maintenance culture, lack of proper supervision, occasioned the movement, which has resulted in the kind of, wastage that has, bedeviled our company. Unfortunately, the previous administration also embarked on getting or retooling the company with those buses you see there, the Dawu buses. And these buses are the nightmare of the company. Unfortunately, those buses were procured by the previous administration. These buses came without a single spinner, without a single boot, no spare parts. And it is very difficult to get good spare parts, fit for purpose spare parts to fix those buses. So whenever any of those buses are parked, It is not that we don't have the means to buy the spare parts, but how to get those spare parts is a problem. The whole of Carnation, the whole of Ghana, the whole of sub-region, nobody has this type of spare parts for this particular machines or buses. So there are only 2 vendors currently, working with us, and those vendors will have to take the spoiled or broken down parts, put it inside their bags or luggage, secure some visas, go to Korea in the name of trying to secure fit for purpose spare parts, which will be fit enough to bring those buses on the stream.
Now, Ghana has placed its first ever order for multi-mission Airbus helicopters, marking a major step towards strengthening the country's defense, security and air transport capabilities. Airbus Helicopters announced that it has secured a contract from Ghana's Ministry of Defense for the supply of 4 helicopters.
The acquisition aligns with government plans outlined during the presentation of the 2026 budget in Parliament on November 13 last year. At the time, Finance Minister Dr. Toforson disclosed that government would, beginning in 2026, commence procurement processes for 4 modern helicopters alongside 1 long-range and 1 medium-range aircraft to enhance the operational efficiency of the Ghana Air Force. In the 2026 budget, Finance Minister Dr. Toforson announced a significant retooling of the Ghana Armed Forces. This plan includes the immediate procurement of 4 modern helicopters and 2 aircrafts to enhance the military's airlift, patrol and emergency response capacity starting in 2026. Parliament further approved an agreement worth $136.5 million with Airbus Helicopters SAS for these 4 helicopters. The aircraft are expected to be delivered over a 4-year period beginning in 2026. The fleet will support aerial surveillance, search and rescue, medical evacuations and troop transport, addressing the operational challenges of an aging fleet. The renewed focus on strengthening Ghana's military air capabilities stems from a tragic incident in August 2025 when a Ghana Air Force Z9 helicopter crashed in the Adanse Ekrofrom district of the Ashanti region, killing all 8 on board, including Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah and Environment Minister Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, along with senior government officials and crew members. In the months that followed, an official investigative board was constituted to determine the cause of the crash, with technical support from local and international experts. The long-awaited report presented noted that the helicopter lacked modern safety systems such as terrain awareness and advanced navigation equipment, and recommended improvement to both equipment and training to prevent similar tragedies.
And that's all for the morning news here on New Day on TV3. My name is Beatrice Edu. Thank you very much for joining us on the program. Do continue with us on New Day.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And our gold bought jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship.
Why do people worry Akable in the mornings like that? Coco, you are very, very warned. Anita, give him the songs that he wants to listen to in the morning. And Beatrice, stop pestering the young man.
Today I didn't worry him.
Are you sure?
No, today she didn't.
And then there were yes, sir. So it's from the back. So it's Anita and Coco.
No. Today, well.
But you didn't like the music when I came. When you said you didn't like the music. The one they were playing in the back, not on air. Not on air. The one they were playing in the...
Yes. No, I didn't want it to start. I didn't want to start, but the second one, I actually...
You like the second one?
Don't worry.
The first one, too, I like it, but I just don't want it to start.
Don't pester. Stop pestering him.
My friend is limited.
So just say it in English.
That just means I love you.
Oh, how do I respond?
Oh my goodness.
Wait,
it's really say sorry that. Friday I'm from mosque.
No, I'm not. I've not.
Friday waiting to me from mosque.
Okay, now I don't want to turn the gun on me.
No, because I've said JTM 3 times this morning.
Response. My French is limited.
Oh Jesus Christ! So you don't understand what it means?
No.
But there's a French lady speaking.
That's why I consulted it. Oh my God. That's why I consulted it. Now you are also turned on me.
Beatrice, no, I'm not.
You are banning me to go and talk to you.
I still love you. I still love you.
Same here. Yes. How you doing?
When you tell somebody I love you, they say the feeling is mutual.
Yes. And now they say. So say I love you too.
He can't say it because he doesn't genuinely love me. And he's scared to say you're sorry as some people will text him and call him. He doesn't want any trouble, so he will say same here. Near me, maybe I say, and the feeling is mutually same here. What do you mean same here? Same way.
I mean, this is what I'm subjected to every Friday.
Normally, when a man is cheating, or when another partner is cheating, when you tell them I love you on the phone, they'll either say the feeling is mutual or same. They could never say I love you back. Oh, Akable, beautiful, nice girl, dignified daughter of Christ. To send me, catch her on the power. Say I love you. It's the same here.
You know. Can I?
It won't happen again. I'm actually crying. Do you see tears in my eyes? I'm actually crying.
Come down.
Like, can you see tears in my eyes? I'm literally crying.
Ordinarily.
How could you do this?
Ordinarily, my response will also be the feeling is mutual as well, but that has been struck off the book.
Nonsense.
So calm down. So yes, I love you as well.
Oh,
that's fine.
Does
that work
you know how
the response is delayed. Yes, Coco, the response is delayed and it's fake.
Yes,
I don't want it anymore.
Accounts will say Mr. Meje, like when you haven't greeted somebody and they say, then you say, I'm sorry, Marching. It's a Mr. Meje because I kind of pleaded.
Exactly. So that's it.
So you delayed it.
All because he has become our international ICE correspondent. Your level has been raised to have whatever it is. Local girls know each other and check in. Bitches, how you doing?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Thank God that we found the phone.
Yeah.
We temporarily lost her phone this morning, but Grace is on our side. So
the new phone?
Yes, so we found it. Oh. Yeah, we found it.
Oh, wow. I will teach you 1 or 2 tricks on how to make sure. There's a technologically, there's something you can put at the back of the phone and you can have it in your bag as well. So it's like connected to the phone so that wherever you...
Or maybe we should buy you an AirTag. You know what an AirTag is, right?
Yeah, I mean, it plays similar roles.
So we'll just place it so that wherever it is, we know where the
we can't... But no, it's not a problem. I'm sure if we hadn't found it by close of day, we'd have gotten the same phone again. It's not a problem. Yeah, she's well connected.
Do you know something I don't know? You know things that I'm not aware of?
Oh, yes. I mean, she got a phone and she's not been able to tell us how she got it.
This thing again. It's too early in the morning.
Anyway, welcome to Friday, the 16th of January, 2026, and it's half month. And I know most people that we spoke to last Friday actually said before the money landed, it was finished.
Yes, before beginning of January.
Yes, and the ones that didn't even get finished, no. At the time we're speaking to them, Naka 350, need 250. Yeah. I remember I owe some 300 Ghana. I couldn't send it. But because we know times at half, this morning we are giving you 10,000 Ghana cedis here on the show. Now, as we said in our local parlance, so 5 people receiving 10,000 Ghana cedis this morning. 5 people receiving 10,000 Ghana cedis this morning. But you're using the MG jackpot, which is the option 8. That is what you're using. Please use option 8 this morning. 2,000 going out to 5 wonderful viewers out there just by dialing *439# #439#, star 439#. If you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber, because he's got a lot of money.
Yeah.
And now that he can take a flight and go to America, just anyhow to get information from ICE and just come back. I don't think that you need it, but Beatrice, you can try to win 2,000 Ghana cedis this morning, but it looks like Beatrice doesn't even need it, because if you lose your iPhone and you can get a new one by evening, you don't need it. But those of you who need it out there, Cash Money Cookie, I'm here for you. Star 439#. Please start playing now. Akable, in fact, you see, every time I entrust this job into your hands, you are unable to deliver. Would you deliver today?
Yes, I'll
You deliver.
Yes.
So before you switch to your second topic.
Yes.
Listen, Miniabre.
Yes.
Before you switch to your second topic this morning, you dish out the very first 2,000.
No problem.
Is that okay?
No problem.
You do that for us. So please start playing now. Star 439#. Don't wait till the last minute. 10,000 Ghana cedis going out to 5 of you. And if you encourage me, and then and
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give Nkokon to about 20 or 30 people.
That will make
depending,
it like
exactly, depending on your patronage. So please play this morning. Star 439#. 10,000 going out to 5 of you. And then possibly Nkoko Nkiti.
Wow.
Akable, welcome back to Ghana. How did your ICE correspondence go? What actually informed your information?
So the correspondence started at a time that Ken Ofori-Atta, the lawyers indicated that he had been arrested. And so we sent an email. We're basically trying to understand why he had been arrested. Because shortly after he had been arrested, you remember the Friday, Abraham Maliba, who joined us, made suggestions that the arrest had more to do with the extradition process. So what we're trying to do was to confirm from ICE the circumstances surrounding his arrest, whether it was connected to the extradition or not, whether it had to do with visa issues, whether they were aware of the request by Ghana for his extradition, whether that influenced the decision to arrest him, and also what steps they'll be taking next procedurally in terms of that matter, and also whether there's been any judicial process, and also if there's any publicly available document that they could share with us. So that's the information that we requested for. There was an initial response where they said that, well, they don't have a person with that name in their database, and that if we could provide the date of birth, that will narrow it down and make it easier for them to pick out the file. And so we provided that.
No, wait.
Yeah.
When you mentioned or you sent his name, they said they didn't have that name.
They said that, yes, but if they get the date of birth, it makes it easier to identify the file of the individual involved. So we now...
Could it be? I'm just asking. I'm not speculating anything or insinuating anything. Could it be that he was running on a different name?
I think it's even here in Ghana, generally, even DVL and all those agencies, a lot of the time, the date of birth is a very certain way of extracting information, because the names you could have. I mean, quite recently, I met someone called Joseph Akable. I just met the person.
Wow.
Same name. Even the year of birth was the same, just the month. And so when they requested for that, we just provided. But the challenge also was that if you check publicly available information, there are 2 years of birth for Ken Ofori-Atta. It's just 1 year difference. And so that was also a challenge. But we narrowed it down by checking the OSP's publication, because the thinking was that the OSP would have put out information that was available on his travel documents. And so that was likely to be the more accurate one. We are not sure why. We are not sure why, but if you check online, you see it. There's 1 year difference between that. So we used the one that the OSP had put out when they declared him wanted and asked Interpol to issue a warrant for his arrest. So that is what we put out there. Then it took a bit of time. Response were not coming, so we sent multiple follow-up emails. Then late yesterday afternoon, the response came out, and the response that comes just states the following. It says that Ken Ofori-Atta is an illegal alien from Ghana that is facing corruption and corruption-related charges.
Such a description,
in his own country.
alien.
I'm telling you.
Yes. It goes on to say that he entered the United States of America on May 28, 2025 on a visitor's visa with an expiration date of 27th November 2025. And so that's also an important point, because there have been suggestions about whether his visa had been revoked and whether he left the country and whether it had expired or not.
Here in Ghana and at the airport, he left in January.
Yes.
So did it mean that he didn't directly go to the U.S. when he left in January?
I mean,
was he in Canada, London, as suggested by Manasseh Azuri? Because he's got all those multiple other visas in his passport.
I think there's a reconciliation point for all the information out there. And if you remember, Manasseh had also said that Ofori-Atta left the United States and came back. So potentially they will be referring to the last time he must have entered.
Was it possibly at the time his pictures came out that he was in the UK with that backpack on the street?
I mean, possibly. But, I mean, the point is, we see the similarities in the narratives in that Manasseh, in that particular publication, had said that he had picked information that there was a time that he had left the US and he had come back. And so we can grant that. Again, if you reconcile it to what the Attorney General had said, the Attorney General had said that his visa was revoked and he was supposed to leave the country in November. Again, ICE is telling us that he was supposed to have left by November.
Yeah.
So that also is consistent with it. Maybe the revocation may not have been a right word, but at least we know that he was supposed to have left in that regard. And they go on to say that he overstayed his permitted admission. And they add that he has been issued a notice to appear and will remain in ICE custody. He'll be given due process before a Justice Department immigration judge. And they add that the Trump administration has been abundantly clear. Aliens must respect our laws or face consequences. Overstaying a visa is an immigration law violation that can result in deportation. And so that is the information that we have picked so far with regards to the Ken Ofori-Atta matter. And we are going to put all that in perspective a bit later on the big issue when we engage the panel that will be joining us this morning.
Good job, Dan. But congratulations on that one, you and the news team. But that's not the only information we have. We do have information on the Maslock lady as well. What's
Sedinam.
Sedinam. I don't know why I always say Etonam. Sedinam, Sedinam, Tamaklo. She's been there for how long now?
She left, so she was convicted in 2024.
Right.
But the trial had commenced prior to that. In fact, she was here in Ghana. She was standing trial. She applied for bail. She told the High Court that she was going for a medical checkup outside the country. And so she was granted bail and she left and she never came back.
Returned.
So the state had to actually apply for the trial to continue in absentia because the rules generally is that you must be tried in your presence unless you make that impossible or the circumstances are such that the trial ought to take place without your presence. And so the trial proceeded without her presence and she was subsequently convicted and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Now we are learning from Ghana's embassy that there was a request by the previous government because the date for the request was July of 2024. If the statement I saw from the embassy is anything to go by, that was when the request was made for extradition. And so that request was done. And we also know that she was also arrested by the U.S. Marshal on January 6 this year, that is 2026 as well. And so she also remains in custody. And we are being told that based on the U.S. act on extradition request, they will place her in the detention and await her date in court as well. And so that is also the update on that very interesting story that is taking place as well.
The information earlier was that when she was arrested on the 6th of January, she was put into detention. And she's been in detention since
January. I mean, that's since January.
Okay. Good updates. Good job. Reminding you again that you can cash out with us this morning. *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. You're using option 8, which is the MG jackpot. You're winning 2,000 Ghana cedis. It's going out to 5 people. And I'm also going to be dishing out bonuses to about 20 of you out there. Bonuses of 200 Ghana cedis to about 20 of you out there. So please make sure that you do play and play now, play massively. In fact, Joseph Akable has promised that before we switch to our second topic for the morning on the big issue, he will dish out the first 2,000 Ghana cedis. So make sure that you are a winner this morning. But it's been a very eventful week. A lot has happened.
A lot.
You know,
I mean,
we've had water shortages. We've had transportation challenges. We've had a lot of information on Ken Ofori-Atta and now Sedinam Tamaklo. What else has happened?
You forgot the MPP and Professor from
his expulsion from the party.
Yes.
A lot happened this week.
A lot.
Yeah,
and then,
NACA.
The minority started this quite fiercely 3 days ago, held a press conference still asking for the sacking or, as it were, the resignation of the Director General of NACA. Irrespective of the statement coming out that, yes, we saw that, we corrected that, new ones have been printed, and minority thinks that it's, I mean, that's unacceptable. But yesterday, though, interestingly, Madam Ayana on the big issue felt that, I mean, this is an issue that we've left for a long time.
So why are we revisiting
Why are we revisiting it? Is it that we don't have anything to talk about now? Why are we bringing something that has already been lying dormant? And her concern was that because these issues keep coming up, a number of young people who probably were not even interested or didn't know much about it want to, okay, why are they talking about it? Let me go try. I don't know how true that is, but yes, I mean, that's also something that really is dominating conversations.
For me, the transport story stood out for me because it's something that I can easily connect to. And I was telling some of our colleagues that even this morning, the area around the Dome area, I mean, this morning, before 5:30 a.m., when I was coming, I mean, there are individuals who are standing in line, in the queues already. This is 5:20, 5:30 a.m. They are in queues already at Dome. They are in long queues already at 5:20, 5:30 a.m. Yesterday, when I was moving at the same place around 6:20, 6:30 a.m., there were long queues there. And I was telling people that, I mean, people are asking the question that, is this something that is new, is happening now? It's not new.
Yeah.
See, 9 years ago, 10 years ago actually, when I was at, I used to work at Joy back then.
Yeah.
I used to live at Kaswa. I remember so well that when I used to close, getting a car to Kaswa, there were always long queues.
Yeah.
There were always long queues. And that is the reason why it disturbs me so much. And always, the reaction is still the same. The media picks it up. Then you have, all of a sudden, governments rush out and put 1 or 2, 3 buses out there. Then it's done. It is not a sustainable solution. We cannot leave transportation in the hands of the private sector alone. It has become a public good. It's the reason why private companies are not allowed to manage Ghana Water Company or electricity, because we consider them to be essential. That is the level with which we've gotten with transport. It is chaotic. We can't let this keep on happening. I mean, just 5 o'clock, we need a proper public bus transportation system. I mean, you are the globetrotter. You'll be going to. If you talk to those who live in, particularly the UK, people prefer not to. It's more expensive to own cars.
To own cars, you have to use the public.
You prefer to use the tube or use the buses.
So back in the UK, you come out of your house, you know that number 11 is coming to Kanda. You know that number 21 is going to Circle, number 57. And
I mean,
listen,
the European
every 1 minute, every 1 minute a new bus comes. So even if you miss it, you know that in the next one or latest maximum 3 minutes, another bus is coming.
I was having a conversation with Roland yesterday that when I lived in Europe outside, where I lived on the outskirts of the city, and the tram didn't even go there. But I knew that the tram will stop. Here, and then I can pick my bus, and I have my schedule for the month. And the bus is not going to wait for all the people in the community to fill it before they move.
They will just move when they have to move.
The transport system is so chaotic. And to be honest, every time I'm going home, I mean, either in the afternoon or maybe I've gone somewhere, I'm in the evening, the rush hour, I just feel this burden on my heart. Seeing people on the street, they struggle in the mornings.
It's a whole fight.
Charlie, it's
a whole fight. By the time you get to the office, you're exhausted and you are irritated because you must have fought with somebody else just to get a spot on the bus.
The mate who is misbehaving on the bus.
Goodness.
I mean, I'm telling you that the transport
your phone
system,
can be stolen, your money can be stolen, your dress torn.
I don't understand why we can't get our transport system correctly. We can. Even if we don't want to fix trams, which normally run on the same street as you have the buses or your taxis or regular vehicles, we can at least work on the trains. I know these are capital-intensive stuff, but you start from a point. I just don't understand. For years, people have to struggle to get vehicles.
But the question I also have yesterday when Joseph Armstrong visited the, what's the yellow bus? The Kufuor buses, Metro Mass. No, why were over 300 of them scrapped?
I was just going to take us. I was just going to take us there. You see, and the explanation they gave, so the other Christian had also gone to the Ayalolo side, and also Armstrong went to the Metro Mass side. And they are making a point that, well, they are not getting spare parts. Some of the vehicles they have been declared to be unsafe. And I'm looking at them, and I was telling some of our colleagues that, see, go to any private transport operator here in Ghana. You will not find that number of buses abandoned.
Of course.
It's because it belongs to the state. Because the same buses are being used by the private operators, yet they are getting spare parts and they are fixing them.
So again, how are you
even ordering buses that spare parts are not readily available? I mean, it doesn't make it defies common sense. And if you go,
this morning when I heard the man, I was like, okay. Not trying to be extremely critical, but you cannot say, you have to be critical. You cannot say that we'll have to travel to Korea or somewhere before we get the part. I mean, seriously.
No. I mean, and this is not. It's not a personal attack on him, but I'm saying that you can go back and check the previous managers of those entities. They were saying the same thing.
But they were manufacturers of these vehicles.
Yes, so that's why I'm saying that
vehicles.
it's a systemic problem which is terrible. Like buses abandoned. I think it's a public good that the state needs to urgently take charge of the situation. We need multiple buses on the roads running at specific times.
Yeah.
They should just be on the roads.
And it doesn't have to be full before it moves.
No.
It doesn't have to. Listen, we just need a revamp of the whole transportation system in Ghana. Simple and titia, as we say here.
If you are in a queue and you get to work, you struggle, you get in the bus, you get to work. How can you be productive?
No.
Like what do you have bread? Look at the people there. In fact, you have to wake up very early.
Your sleep is shortchanged already.
Yeah.
You're struggling, you're tired, you're hungry, you're irritated. When you get to the office,
bus you get into is not comfortable. You have to adjust, get space. If you are not lucky, you are in between
and
two
if you sit on the trotro and you sit on the window side or you sit, let's say, at the edge in the middle, if somebody is moving, you have to get up. I mean, that stress. I remember when I was in Essex, there was a man who picked a trotro. And of course, I was on the trotro as well. And apparently, he was going for an interview. He just had his trouser. I witnessed that. And then this man got out and the car tray, it just tore the trouser. He was so upset. He said, see, I just bought this thing. And I mean, it was so upsetting.
Too bad. Even worse now, and very disappointing, the cab hailing services. Not to mention any company's name, but could these cars be better? I've got videos on my phone. The other day I ordered one. When it came, I didn't want to sit in it. I said, what is this? No air condition. And it's like when you ask them if they have air conditions, they're offended.
Yes.
It's a problem that you're asking me.
You remember when the ride-hailing services started in Ghana, they had air conditions.
They did.
I mean, eventually, and taxi drivers, forgive me, eventually, the cars that were the taxis that we knew in the past, they all joined.
They stepped up.
They all joined because they knew that those guys were taking their business.
Exactly. So they stepped up.
And now they all became like the taxis. So now, look at what the ride-hailing guys have done. They've now introduced comfort. They've now introduced comfort. So you pay more, but the cars are more comfortable.
Even comfort. See, let me give you an experience.
Well, the last time I got
that was very rare. Listen, even their response when you ask them if they've got the air condition. Look, listen, I'm not trying to be bougie or anything this morning. In Abroche, I'm in Abroche, who order these rides a background ferry so back to name Mercedes-Benz, BMW, like proper nice cars, and it's not even as expensive as it is here. Listen, I'll show you a video. A car that I paid £5.20 for. £5.20. It was Mercedes-Benz. Driver greeting you and asking you if you're okay and everything. You are seated in the back. He makes sure that you are wearing your seatbelt before he moves.
How would you want to struggle to own a car in such a country?
I'm telling you that most of my friends who live outside Ghana, especially in the UK, do not own cars. They don't even.
You don't have to.
There's no parking in the city. You go round and round, so you are better off with the public.
But do you know that even the parking spaces you pay?
You pay, yes.
You pay.
And if you park at the wrong place, you are in trouble. Yeah. So it's, I remember
our drivers do not keep themselves well.
Even I nearly mentioned the names of the companies, but for the ones I've picked, of course, sometimes you just don't want to drive, or maybe you have an issue with your car. And there was a day I got off work, and then I had already ordered. I was hoping that it would be the car came, and I thought the guy went to the farm.
Look.
The car inside and outside was so dirty. I just stood there and I stood outside and said, I'm sorry, I can't take this car. I can give you money for coming, but I am not picking your car.
We are going through a lot, pal.
Then when you get to the office at the end of the month, to the salary too is not enough.
Listen, it's a general problem. You know what? I don't even want to talk about the aviation side. I don't want to go to aviation. Flights originating from Africa, flights originating from Ghana are so expensive, but the airplanes that come to Accra, Ghana, as compared to other countries, I don't even want to go there this morning because maybe not everybody can really identify with it, but I know people who are complaining. Look, these fares are expensive, but when you sit in the airplanes and then you go to elsewhere in the world and it's cheaper, and you're like, are we all in the same world? Anyway, welcome to this morning. We just want to ask you which of the issues or which of the news pieces this week what's the highlights for you and you want to talk about. In the meantime, you can cash out with a *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. Please start playing now. We're dishing out the first 2,000 Ghana cedis during the big issue. The rest of the 4 will follow through whilst we are here on the show this morning. *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. Akable, Major General Zilo has a message for you. He says, this is Major General Zilo from home. In fact, you guys are making my Friday morning. My man, respond to the I love you la. I don't even need him to respond to
Actually,
anymore.
But he came late.
I've actually gotten multiple messages
about I love you.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, I was waiting for
you were waiting for
the time for us to discuss that.
He says to tell his wife, Makafui Yvonne Amuzu, that he loves her very much. Wishing all of you a very good Friday.
I love you, Ashim.
He's trying to show you how it's done. If you will say it, he will say it.
Major, good morning. Good morning.
Show me the messages you are getting.
I'll show you.
Welcome to this morning. Let's take the montage, activate the phone lines, and speak to our viewers out there. Welcome back. It's TV3 Newday. Welcome to this morning. And I've always said that God is on my side. If this Joseph will not respond to that I love you, God has sent me another Joseph on the telephone lines this morning. Hello, Joseph. Happy Friday.
Hello, Cookie.
Hello, no.
Unfortunately, I'll not go for you. I'll go for B.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's still my sister. It's okay, but that's still my sister. And I need her to find the right type of love. So it's going to her all well and good. I'm with you, sis. I'm with you. Please. Joseph, it's okay. Give all the love to Beatrice.
Good morning. I think you have made my day. Let me miss approach about this morning. B and then Cookie have let me miss approach too much. And so we will all join the train and then go to work after and see what is it. Honestly, I would want to talk about the Kenoforiata now that Sedinam has also been arrested. You know, most of the time when these communicators come, they will say, where is Sedinam? Go and bring Sedinam. Then we are tossing it here and there because of NPP and NBC. I think that now that Sedinam has also been arrested, the U.S. should do us that favor. Bring all of them. Let them come and face all that they are supposed to face so that the public purse will be protected. I think that as council is there, council help us. If we can broaden our law to respect to principal-agent relationship, when the president that we have voted appoints somebody and that person comes and misconducts himself or causes financial loss to the state, and that person is not traceable, what should we do to the president who got that person on honor? Because we didn't vote for Kenoforiata, we didn't vote for Sedinam. These are people who are appointed by somebody who had trust in them to come and help in his governance. And then they come and then they spend, when they are to come and account also, they go and hide somewhere. I think that even though these two cases are different with respect to Sedinam, who faced trial and then was asked to go for medical checkup and then she absconded. This is also setting a bad precedent for futuristic. You know, if in future somebody also faces the same and has to go, you know, the judges will not allow that to happen. Says what Tamaklo has done is not right. And so I think that now that both of them have been arrested, they should, U.S. help us, let them all come. Let's help and get our money, or if they are to be sentenced, then we know. With respect to Professor Frimpong Boateng, MPP, fake, whatever, you know, they are quick to respond to some of these issues. Less than 24 hours after the interview, they responded. But so far, they have not responded to Kenoforiata's arrest by ICE. And so I think that the MPP should be consistent with some of these national issues, not only thinking about their party, but also to think about Ghana at large. I wish you a very nice weekend and then enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joseph. Yes.
I guess I have to pick this call.
Yes.
I'm not going to introduce him. Hello, good morning.
Kukati.
Alaji, Bini Yirubun Shele from Sabugu. Good morning, Alaji.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. Alaji, Shamima was here yesterday. Did you see her?
Is it?
Shamima was here yesterday. Did you see her?
Yes. Yesterday I enjoyed the program.
Good stuff. Talk to us, Alaji.
Let me send my greeting to her, Shamima Musle, and Honorable Bernard Ayapo, first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and my Municipal Chief Executive, Hussein Alassane Bagaman, and my constituency chairman Alassane Sasa, and Alaji Pones. I think sometimes when you look at some of our people, if they put you as some position and you stay there to steal the country money, you have not been fair at all. Because when they want to prosecute you and you go to abroad, it means that you knew very well that you done something wrong in your country. So sick people, we need to bring that people into this country and prosecute them and put that people into jail. Because of that, and Kino Farata ran into abroad. So if they want to bring the Sidna Tamako, and they need to bring Kino Farata first, because Kino Farata stole the huge money in this country. Look at the problem it cost for us. Even when we bring Kino Farata, we will see new by-elections again, because some of the MP, they involved in that criminality. So this thing and we talk about, but in the MPP issue, I think Professor Pompom Boate is a known person for the MPP. When they want to treat these people like how they treated them, I think they have not been fair at all. Because I just want to tell them nobody can serve Professor Pompom Boate for MPP.
Okay.
Because when they voted for this MPP General Secretary, we always second people. Did you hear that he convinced somebody and that person to join the MPP? It's always people for the party.
All right,
people, and we don't need. But do you know something, Kukiti?
Yes, Alaji.
We are the people who call for Excellency John Dramani Mahama third time. We are the people. So nobody should insult that. And if you come out and insult that, we are sycophants and bootlicking and what. That people, they need to be very careful for what they did for us.
Points well
and
made.
You can't come out to insult that. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong.
Amen. Thank you, Alaji, for calling us. Enjoy your weekend. You can also call us. Let's know what your highlight of the week has been. But in no time, Joseph Armstrong, I'm told, is in the Shiashi area, still following up on the transportation challenges we faced for a very long time. But especially this week, it's been highlighted because the hardship is clear. It's out there. It's very visible for everybody to see. But in the meantime, Beatrice, there's another caller on the line.
Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us your name, where you're calling us from.
Good morning, Madam Beatrice. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm also fine. And then good morning to Madam Kukiti. This is your friend, Sani from Wali Wali. I greet you yesterday. I miss you. Yes. And then good morning to His Excellency, the President of this country. I salute him for managing our economy very well. And then the Education Minister, Haruna Idrisu, I greet him too. Then come to Wali Wali and greet my MC. He's doing well. And then the former Regional Minister, Abdallah Abubakari. Good morning to all of you. Okay. You see, ordinarily, one should not be happy that your compatriot has been arrested and been detained somewhere. But you see, the actions and inactions of Ken Oforit Atta, in fact, it makes it very, very difficult for one to sympathize with him. Because look at how disingenuous the man has become. Okay? Very, very unpatriotic. Because you have served this country for 8 good years. Okay, and then when you are being appointed as a minister, you should know that one day you will be accountable to the people okay, about your stewardship. So when it comes with handling of the ministry, you were very happy. But when it comes to accountability, you are now running away from the people. And I'm very happy about TV3, the way you are able to get us the information from ICE. And they have told us that this man has become an illegal alien blogger who is roaming the streets of America. Okay, behaving as a blogger. Meanwhile, you went there, to visit them. Your visa has expired. You continue to live there because you are running away from your own people. So I want to urge our Attorney General that they should try and enter into what the lawyers will call amicus curiae when they start the trial of Ken Ofori-Atta, because this one will want to deceive the authorities in the United States of America. So Ghanaians will show interest in the case and then go and explain as to the reason why we want him to come back to this country. Other than that, I don't trust him and his lawyer. And you see, his lawyer, David, David, was telling us some lies that, oh, the man's visa has not expired, he wants to extend it and all that. Meanwhile, the information has revealed that his visa got expired, and then he was continuing to live there illegally. The same illegality that he used to run our economy. You see, anytime he wanted to introduce something, when he was the former finance minister, he will not go to parliament. He will just go and do it unilaterally, so that the people will suffer at the end of the day, like the domestic bondholders and all that. Today, those people have died, and you think that their souls will allow you to run away of the country and be there chilling, becoming a blogger and all of that. So
all right, lost Sani on the line, yes. Yeah. But thank you very much for calling us from Wali Wali.
Messages coming in this morning, but remember, 5 of you can win 2,000 Ghana cedis this morning via *439# just because you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. Kindly don't choose option 2. We are not using option 2 today. We are using option 8, which is the MG jackpot. It's a mini jackpot this morning. *439#. Please start playing now.
Let me read this to you, Cookie.
Okay.
Blessed are those who spend all their December pay in December.
Yay.
For they shall know the true meaning of endurance in January.
Yay. Yay.
So
yay.
That's why we are giving you the jackpot cash today.
5 of you getting 2,000 Ghana cedis, and about 30 also of you would be getting bonuses of 200 Ghana cedis just for your weekend relaxation. Ahmed Esiedu has a message for us. Joseph, read that one for us.
Well, he says here that the president of Holland rides bicycle to work. Boris Johnson used to ride bicycle to shop. Tony Blair's wife parked her car to ride in a tram and forgot to pay for the parking ticket, and she was fined. What do we see in African countries? Let's be serious. That's the message that he shares. I guess it's on the transportation issue as well. Yes.
Randa Shaw says, in fact, my biggest highlights for the week is the response from Professor Frimpong Boateng, and in quotes, nobody can sack me from the NPP party. And she added a laugh to that one. Neil Sade, FNB, thank you so much for everything that you do. Stop reporting to work late. I've told you, you can still watch TV3 Newday on your phone. Stop reporting late to work. Christian Yale, I'm sure, is in the La Paz area. Yes. Joseph Armstrong is also around the Shashi area. We'll be crossing over to them shortly. There's another message. Okay, we'll do the messages, but in the meantime, there is a world-class university right here in Ghana. It's called Rosebank International University. It's a strong South African university and a brand of the 8V Tech Group, Africa's largest private education provider, with 146 schools across 5 African countries and over 100,000 learners, and partly owned by the World Bank through the IFC. Rosebank International University is fully accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority, the British Accreditation Council, GTech here in Ghana, City Guilds in the UK, and Capsicum Culinary Studio. At Rosebank International University, we offer a Doctor of Business Administration, Masters of Science, and Masters in Philosophy in Digital Marketing, Bachelor of Supply Chain Management, targeting professionals in freight forwarding, customs, etc. We offer hospitality and culinary arts, available at diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. Our ICT has BSc Information Technology in Business Systems and IT Computer Application. Now, all carefully designed to equip you with the skills and qualifications needed for a very successful global career. Our mission is very simple: inspiring excellence. Admissions are now open for the January 2026 academic year. Visit our modern campus at Airport Commercial here, Opebia, and you can also apply online at www.riuc.edu.gh. Rosebank International University, building global citizens. Now, that is out of the way. I think Joseph Armstrong is ready for us around the Shashi Enclave. Joseph, if you can hear us, good morning. What can you report?
Ponglo bus stop, and every morning we will see a lot of people stranded here searching for a vehicle to get to their various workplaces. And you see, this morning it appears the campaign started by TV3 is yielding some results, where I've seen so far about 4 Ayalolo buses coming in here to load all the passengers here to their various destinations. If not, you'd have seen so many people gathered here. If you look into the traffic coming from the Legon area, you see another Ayalolo bus on its way, coming down this way. Normally in the early days, in the early morning like this, you will not see any of these Ayalolo buses coming. But today, surprisingly, you've seen about four already that have been here to carry all the passengers away. Even with that, you still see many more people gathered here. And the traffic gets more serious here early, around 7:30 to 8 a.m. thereabouts. But today it appears everything seems to be working. But I'll still try and get some few people and engage them. Let's get experience they are faced with here every morning, particularly on Mondays and Thursday. Boss, excuse me, how are you?
I'm fine.
My name is Joseph Armstrong. What's your name?
Ellie.
Okay, so you're live on TV3. Where are you going?
I'm going to Accra.
Accra. So paint a picture for us. In the mornings like this, when you are on your way to work, what are the challenges you are faced with in terms of transportation?
Well, usually you will not get Accra cars easily. Sometimes you have to transit about 3 or 2 times. Because me, I live in Adenta, and sometimes I have to get to Medina and then pick from Medina to maybe Shashi and then continue from there. Or sometimes I could get up to Shashi and then continue. Yeah. So in the mornings, you know, most of the drivers, they don't want to load straight. They want to get to a point and then reload from that point. Yeah.
So that's what we faced with. So sometimes you have to pay double the price.
Yeah. Sometimes you realize that for a fare of 9 cedis, you are paying around 15 cedis to get to work.
But today looks very good.
Yeah. For today, it looks very okay. I think because it's a Friday. But on a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, you wouldn't find it easy.
Very well. Thank you so much for talking to us. So that is his account. It's very difficult getting car here, particularly on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. I'll talk to another person. Madam, excuse me. Let's have this conversation. Quick one. So where are you going?
No.
Where are you going?
Accra.
Accra. So do you come here every day trying to get a vehicle? And how difficult is it getting a car on a Monday, Tuesday, and also Friday mornings?
It's difficult to get a car. Every day when you come, you struggle to get a car. You wait for like 30 to 40 minutes before you get to work and wherever you are going to.
That makes you late to work?
Yes.
What do you think can be the solution going forward?
I think the Minister of Transport should do something about it.
Something like what?
It depends on them. Maybe
If you were the Minister of Transport, what would you have done?
I guess I would have asked where the church show are going to, because when it gets to this season, it's difficult to get cars, and we are supposed to find where they are going to, or maybe this STS buses should be brought. Yes, should be used at this period, because we thought last year, that was the Christmas, it happened. So this year too, we were wondering why it happened like that. But I think the best solution for the Metro Mass bus should be used at this period. When everything is everything is okay, then it go back to its normal use, and then the church takes over.
Good luck in search of your vehicle. But I can see more Ayalolo bus coming, so you can just jump into one. But let me add that it looks like the Okada riders are actually cashing in, because for them, when the vehicles are not here, an Okada rider can charge you as much as 50 cedis from here to somewhere 37, and that's what they do here. You could see they are parked here in their numbers, and if you get here, you don't have a vehicle, all you have to do is to jump on the Okada rider that take advantage of the situation also and charge you so much money. So as it stands right now, you see the traffic is building up here again because the Ayolo Bazaar pass earlier was full, couldn't pick anybody here. So if you should stand here for the next 10 minutes, you see the whole place will be choked again with passengers waiting for a vehicle. Over to you in the studios.
All right, Joseph Armstrong from the Shiashi Okbonglo enclave. Let's now head to La Paz, where Christian Yale is reporting from.
Coming to you live from the La Paz Tema station, and it's quite a worry here. A number of queues, long queues actually when you get here. So I'll just quickly give you a good idea of the queues that you have here. So on this side in your shot where you see there are two different queues going to two different locations or destinations. And as such, you realize that a lot of people keep coming to join these queues. And I can tell you that many of those in this queue have been on their feet for like the past 30 minutes ever since we got to this location. And so that is the situation when you get to the La Paz Tema station here. You see passengers who are already exhausted or getting exhausted. There are quite a number of cars here, yet it appears that the queues do not move as quickly as you would want to see them move. And so that is the situation. That is a car that has just arrived. These people are heading to Adringano. That should be East Legon, I suppose. And they have been here for like the past 10 minutes. Their queue does not really move as swiftly as that, because once this car leaves, it will take quite a time before you see another car arrive to pick them. But let me move you forward and give you a good idea of these two queues, the earlier ones that I spoke about, and you realize that it is really a situation that is not pleasant at all. So you see a number of school children as well who are supposed to get to their various schools in and on time so they can start academic work for today, but that is not the case. Many of them are locked up here in these queues, and they do not even know what time they get to leave this place. It is 7:25 already, and per my interactions with most of them, once they are late or they arrive late at work like that, they get punished one way or the other. But I will try to see if I can get to speak to some of them who are here. So join me on this journey as we attempt to get some of them to share really what it is, their frustration and the stress that they have to endure almost every morning here. Daddy, I would want to get a quick word, a very short one from you. This is a troubling situation that we are dealing with almost every now and then. It appears there is a scarcity, shortage of vehicles. For how long have you been here?
No, I'm not here.
Okay.
I stay at Kaswa.
Yes.
I'm just going to visit a brother there.
Yes,
so,
but I want to understand the minute you've spent in this queue.
Just about 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes?
Yeah. Yes.
So where is this queue heading towards?
Agbogba.
Agbogba.
Yeah.
And you've been here for about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But talk to me, and I'm sure this is not the first day that you have been in a queue for about 20 minutes. There is no end in sight even. You don't even know when the next car arrives for you to join. How troubling is it that we don't seem to have an active or vibrant public transport system?
You see, some people are going to work, you see, and then being in the queue for 20 minutes delays the work. So I think there should be public transport so that people can go early and then work. That's what I can say.
That's what you can say. Thank you very much. So he's of the view that there should be more buses for the conveyance or commuters to be able to help with cater the lost hours that people have to, spend in queues of this nature. But let me see if I can engage this lady briefly. Okay, so I just see that luckily for them, a car has just arrived to pick them up and take them to the various destinations. So those heading towards Agbogba are pretty lucky this time around. But that queue is actually longer. So it takes you all the way back there, and I'm going to walk you along the path to give you a very good sense of how long a queue it is and the fact that this mini trotro is unable to cater for quite a number of them. What it means is that for many, especially those at the back who are at the rear of this very long queue, I should say, would have to wait for more minutes, for more time before they are able to. And you realize that the other queue, which is just parallel to this one, is also coming all the way back here. But let me take you back further because I see another queue that is at the back here. I see another queue. So you realize all the way from that side to this place, the queue moves to this side. But there is another queue here. There's another queue here. I suppose this is going to Accra. And so these lovely individuals are heading towards Accra. And a car has just arrived for them. But that has been the situation here when you get here. So they are just behind wherever that side that I just came from. And it's really a worry that before you even get to work, you have to be in a queue, you have to sweat, you have to be exhausted before you get to work to begin the day's work. That is how serious it is. That is the story that we are telling you about, and this is a live picture coming to you from La Paz Tema Station. It tells you that no one is cooking up anything. It tells you that the seeming scarcity or shortage of vehicles in town is a reality, is one that people are feeling. Ma, metumi no edi nkomo kakra, mpesa meje wanu di sem kakra. Wo hwa me pesa me uba hache.
Oh, me ba hanche sai.
Hanche about how many minutes?
Oh, be 30 minutes moment.
Be 30 minutes, so half an hour. Wo kwa adwumem.
Ba chai.
Na anopa bia so be ba be gina ha. Be 30 minutes, 1 hour, wonya ka. So be dredwe no wa breda.
Onda ye no kremum. Obedu na wa bre. Obedu na wa bre. Obebe botuma obebe gina bi ma 1.5 hours. Na wo gina ha. Nti ya brewum.
Mate say momo kwa Accra. Mate say ya no pass e de ya gemu 6 cities, right? Be ye na anwumre no edom no ebo pe so sa na ye charge mo dodo sen de wo say omoji da bia.
No kwarumum anapa no kra na odu kwan ho a. Ono oba ya wo sek. Oni ye first the 50 pesos. Udu sek so asa so to aso. Na no so wa jo sek free. Nti anapa no so wo mo ye no do enre so dia no the 10 cities. La Paz 10 cities. Nti idea wo mo ye.
That's what she just confirmed to me, that they are going to Accra, and usually in the morning like this they are charged 6 cedi. They are charged 6 cedi. However, in the evenings, when a lot more of people mass up at the transport terminals, they are overcharged. It take them 10 cedi, 15 cedis, and that is the situation. So, in just wrapping up, this is the situation here. this is the picture that we have painted to you, just so you get to understand that indeed it is a worry. We know and understand that today the Transport Minister is going to engage a number of the stakeholders who are involved in all of this. But let me talk to this station master quickly, Anita and team, if you could, you may, please permit me. Senior, good morning. You are live on TV3. How is the situation? Like, more drivers in here to say, yeah, dear sana, a domino bob peso sana, na mu charge the do. Why do you engage in such?
Oh, sad any day. Me, I want to my experience be brave once. How much so? But I had yes, I do a numera, any anopane, Russia wana, normal fair na yejino. Sahani yeji ewa. I had a discipline warranty.
But Mate say drivers na shada at the cars ni bi SCC. Into Mashada na mo year we said there will be a shortage of vehicles in town. Is it that most sabotage abayana say no crabene was asem musa Mashada na ma park cars ni bi SCC?
Oh, no dey no crab. On say one pass na boy din. Into the cars ni bebre wo ho no ma. Omo ko shop a into me ma to say first na say na bi wa pass na wo fam. First ade bi wa ye to ne be 200 cedi no. Say we be connect na mo be 500. And 600 na won kika nti. Ni ama no boy din. So and a cars na nkasa so na ye first na ye to no e say so ne boy din nti amanfo ntimi nhyɛ dan to cars ne bebre to say first no nti na amane basa
but finally aban saw the metro mass buses bebre e ba krom na aba beboa na nipadomo a ebo peso station so no abrase uzu say beboa
oh eno dey say oye dan ya so de ba kokora be kan ya wo ho no kora eno so be fa nipa ma eswati but one say aban ne nhyɛ dan ni buses bebre sa young individuals no young ne to cars more aban ne yemfa ne say 100% na aban de wo mkura menye so say e bedu be 20% individuals ne na wo hwe cars wa park yi so ne enkran krom anyina individuals na to nti omo ma ne amambra fam kakra na amanfo ntimi ntoka na yemfa ye aduma na support aban na aban ntimi ye ni nyina ye no so na ebetimi aboa no ama
so that's a conversation that probably we need to keep an eye on. If government is looking at bringing a lot of the buses to town, the other bit about private sector involvement, how is government supporting the private sector? He makes a case that the spare parts that they buy to service their cars are expensive. So if anything at all, government should rather look at cushioning the private sector, giving them some leverage, some kind of support so that they are able to deliver, rather than looking at bringing a lot of the buses, because government does not have a lot of the buses. And yesterday, like I brought you, a lot of the Ayalolo buses have been grounded for several years. They are rusting away. Look here, a lot of people who have gathered here have stood in this queue for so many minutes, an hour or more. That is a worrying situation. That is an ugly picture that we keep painting, and we hope that there is some results really at the end of the day. But we see that already there are some reactions coming through, which seems that this campaign by TV3 is gradually going to yield some dividends. I am Christian Yale, having coming to you from the La Paz Tema station with my cameraman John Ninepence. Back to you in studios.
Thank you, Christian Yali and Joseph Armstrong. It's actually disheartening to see young kids. We saw some of them in the queue. I mean, you can imagine how early they were walking this morning just to be able to make it to the lorry station, and they're still in the queue. What time is it? They are super late.
I mean, the high school students, I mean, potentially would have missed the first lesson. The first lesson already. And if you are some of us when we were students early on, and you are not efficient in mathematics, and it was a math class. If it's selective math class, by the time you get into the class, you'll be seeing stars all over, and they've given assignments to.
Well, most of the lorry parks have corner shops, and the corner shops have Nutri snacks. So if you are in queues this morning, you need energy, please make sure you are grabbing a granola bar from Nutri Snacks. It is for you, yourself, your family, and your loved ones. It's for kids, adults, anyone at all can have it any time of the day. You need to pump up energy for the day. Make sure you grab your granola bar from Nutri Snacks. Thank you to all of you who sent us messages and all of you who called us this morning. still coming out with us. Today is a mini jackpot, 10,000 Ghana cedis in total, going to 5 of you, 2,000 Ghana cedis each, 2,000 Ghana cedis each. Kindly don't play to option 2, play option 8, which is the MG jackpot. Don't use the option 2 platform, use option 8 and play as many times as possible once you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. Before we switch to our second topic on the big issue today, Akable will issue the first, or dish out the first 2,000 Ghana cedis. So please keep playing. We will be right back after this break with the big issue.
We did announce to you we'll do the first draw on cash out a bit later, and so it's not too late to participate. And like we always say, the more you participate, you increase the likelihood of you winning. It's a game of numbers. It's about probabilities. If you do one ticket and someone does 10, that person has increased its likelihood of winning more than you do. So we'll do the first draw right here on this segment, and so participate in the draw just to make sure that you stand a greater chance of winning. But this morning, we'll start off the conversation by bringing you that update that we obtained from the ICE on the issues surrounding Ken Ofori-Atta. And what I'll do is I'm going to walk you through what we've been trying to find out and what we found out. And so the update in summary is to the effect that the US ICE has confirmed that Ken Ofori-Atta overstayed his visa. They actually described Ken Ofori-Atta as an illegal alien. We sent an official email to the ICE with a series of questions, and I'm going to walk you through the questions that we asked the ICE just to understand. So first, we asked them whether they are currently holding a Ghanaian national by name, Kenneth Nana-Yaw Ofori-Atta. And number two, what is the basis for the detention if he is being held by the ICE? Number three, whether there has been any judicial process since his detention. 4, whether they are aware there is a pending request for his extradition to Ghana by the government of Ghana. And 5, if they are aware of the extradition request, did it influence the decision to detain him, and whether they have any intention to have him extradited to Ghana. And 6, are there any public available documents relating to his detention that they're able to make available to us? So ICE responded, and they did not respond in detail like how when lawyers normally do search reports, how the responses would have come, they will address each of the questions. They just provided a general response summarizing their opinion on the questions that had been posed. And this is what they had to say. So I'm just going to read verbatim the response to you. They say that Kenneth Nana-Yaw Ofori-Atta is an illegal alien from Ghana that is facing corruption and corruption-related charges in his home country. The statement goes on to say that he entered the United States on May 28, 2025 on a visitor's visa with an expiration date of November 27, 2025. I take that again. He entered the United States on May 28, 2025 on a visitor's visa with an expiration date of November 27, 2025. Ofori-Atta overstayed his permitted admission. He has been issued a notice to appear and will remain in ICE custody. He will be given due process before a Justice Department immigration judge. And this is the concluding part of the statement. It says that the Trump administration has been abundantly clear. Aliens must respect our laws or face the consequences. Overstaying a visa is an immigration law violation that can result in deportation. And so that is the response that we received from ICE to the series of questions that we have asked. And already we've been placing it side by side with some of the narrative that has been put out in the first place. The most popular one that came out last week, you heard the Attorney General say that, well, Ken Ofori-Atta's visa was revoked and he was asked to leave in November. What we can put beside it is the fact that the November date is also stated in this particular response, because they say that his visa was to expire on November 27, 2025. And so that is a very important coincidental point as to whether the revocation is accurate or not. What they are telling us is that he entered with a visitor's visa. He entered in May. The visa was supposed to expire in November 27, 2025, and that he has overstayed that particular admission. Again, there had been issues about whether his visa will expire in February or not. We have been told that the visa which he relied on to enter was going to expire in November of 2025. And that is the information that they've put out. There had also been suggestions that he had left the US and returned. What they have, because if you recall, it was early parts of January 2025 when he said he had indicated to the chief of staff that he was traveling out of the country to seek medical attention. Again, there were suggestions that he left the US, he came back. What they are telling us is, with regards to the visa that he last entered with, which has expired, he did enter that country on May 28, 2025. And they make the point that, well, even though we had asked directly whether they were aware of the extradition request and how it plays out to it, they, in their description, make the point that he's facing corruption and corruption-related charges in his home country. They do not comment on the extradition matters, except to make the point that, well, they'll place him before a judge and that generally the Trump administration takes the view that when you are an alien and you disobey or you act contrary to the immigration laws, you'll be taken out of the country. And so this is where we are on the Ken Ofori-Atta matter. We also know that another matter that has been topical for a while relates to Sedina Tamaklo. She used to be the Maslock CEO. She was standing trial. She requested for bail to enable her travel to the United States to undertake a medical checkup. We know that after the grant of bail, she did not return. She basically jammed the bail. When she was supposed to come back, she went beyond it and did not come back. Subsequently, the state applied to have the trial continue in absentia. The trial continued. She was convicted. The state also took steps to have those who had assigned surety in terms of the guarantees that they had provided to more or less have those guarantees, the surety forfeited basically. They had also sought to do that now. And so the updates also is that the Embassy of Ghana, that's when a public statement issued on the arrest and detention of Sedina Tamaklo Ationu. The ambassador writing H.E. Victor Emmanuel Smith, and he says, I can today confirm that Mrs. Sedina Tamaklo Ationu is being detained at the Nevada Saudi Detention Center. My information is that she was detained by U.S. Marshals on January 6 and has since been kept at that detention center. I am reliably informed that acting on an extradition request sent to the U.S. authorities sometime in July 2024, U.S. Marshals arrested Mrs. Tamaklo Ationu and placed her in detention to await her day in court. And so that is where we are on these two important matters. And I want to introduce you to my guest in studio this time around. One of the Globetrotters is not around. The other Globetrotter is also not around. But there is one new Globetrotter who is still around with us, Abraham Amaliba. Mm-hmm. He is a legal practitioner, a member of the National Democratic Congress, and currently serving the nation as the Director General of the National Road Safety Authority. And quite recently, he's been talking about a particular car. Well, the statement was out there, like Voxy, the Toyota Voxy, and all the issues.
I'm told it's called Kumi Preko.
It's called Kumi Preko. Kumi Preko. Okay, that was the VAT demonstration. That's what they're calling the car now. Senior, good morning.
Morning. And I think that the job is out there for us to do, and our roads must be safe. We need to ensure that our roads are not death traps for us. And so this statement I issued was to protect the traveling public and even protect the drivers themselves. We would investigate this matter thoroughly and see whether it is the overspeeding, as people are alleging, or is the removal from the right-hand drive to the left-hand drive that is causing the instability in the vehicles. So we are not doing this with malice. It's not as if we are targeting some people's business. But as a safety institution, our main occupation or preoccupation is to ensure that our roads are safe. So when the committee is put together and they come out with their reports, we'll finally make the public aware.
I mean, there's a part of the statement that generated a bit of controversy. You more or less asked the public to exercise a bit of caution, and people are saying that, are you basically like indirectly telling them not to board the cars, or you're saying that when they're in their cars, what exactly are you trying to communicate to them? Because people are like, what do you want us to do?
The first law of nature is self-preservation. In fact, if you want to be mad and continue to be mad, you must first preserve yourself. That's why madmen, when they are crossing the road, will look left, look right, so they can continue to be mad. So the first law of nature is self-preservation. Now we are saying that as a passenger, choose your vehicles wisely. And road safety starts with you first, even before somebody like National Road Safety Authority. So our caution is to awaken the conscience of people. It is your life, you first. So choose your cars, choose them wisely.
All right. I mean, I think that clarifies. Yeah. It was very important we had this conversation out of the way. It's not every time that we'll have the DG in the studio. So once we have to touch on some of these matters. Ebo Bachman is Deputy Communications Director for the United Party. I almost said Movement for Change. His team is doing well, so he's happy these days. Ebo, good morning.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you
morning.
for joining us
Good
as
morning.
always.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's get. You want to say something?
I just wanted to greet some important person in my life, a friend, a very good friend of mine. It's a chief, Nana Genchi Amwaku, the 10th. And I greet you this morning. He is a chief of Akweda. Have you heard about Akweda Achinim?
No.
Oh, if you go to Cape Tele Point, near Cape Tele Point,
the Western region area,
in the Hunter West District, he's one of the fantastic chiefs you have in the Western region. So Nana, this morning, shout out to you.
Let me send good morning to the people of Ekwe as well, in the Elembele constituency. That's where I'm from. They said I've not been greeting them, so I've sent my greetings this morning. Dr. Samuel Efiye is a political analyst who normally joins us and contributes to these discussions. I think this is the first time I'm engaging him this year. So, Doc, happy New Year. Thank you for joining us as always. Good morning to you, Doc.
Yeah, good morning and happy New Year to you and your team and also my co-panelists. I wish you, I think, the best time to meet you in the year.
Doc, maybe let me start off with you. With all we are learning about Ken Ofori-Atta this time around, and I want us to take it from a political implication angle. I mean, it does appear that with more information that comes out in relation to Ken Ofori-Atta, one would have to ask the question that what does this continued controversy mean for the political party that he belongs to? Ken Ofori-Atta virtually for more than 7 years. In fact, it's just the last few months that his role changed and he was made a Minister of State, some finance sort of designation, international trade at the presidency. He was basically the one responsible for the economy under the NPP as a political party. I mean, we've not heard the party as an official organ speak directly to it. With all that is happening and the controversy, does it have any political implications for the party? That is one. And number two, what should be the party's approach at this point in time?
Well, thank you once again. For Ken Ofori-Atta issue always coming up day in and day out, I think that the state institutions were not able to manage this in such a way that the procedure in which we can get Ken Ofori-Atta to come to the country to have some questions to answer was not well, should I use the word in quotes, organized or structured. Because if the state institutions that collaborated with how they can bring him to Ghana, or as the issue cropped up and the discussion and how I think things could have been well more better than this time. That is why we have all this confusion here and there. But we believe it's not too late as the state, the Attorney General is trying to, and also the Foreign Ministry. These are the two ministries that need to come together to ensure that all the right process, because it's somewhat country that they also have their issues, they also have their laws. So if you want to bring someone, they also have to go through their legal process and other things before they can let the person, because they also have their citizens here. And if anything happens to, they also have issues in their home country. The two countries need to have a way or a system to get them back for some questions to be answered. So in all, I think that we were not proactive enough to able to have these things in place for him to be brought back at the earliest time than what we are going through. I think as we learn from you, from your end, realize that he has a lot of issues in terms of immigration. So maybe after the immigration, and as it was stated, that they also have some corruption charges. But, for the MPP party, it casts a snare in a way that because the GRA and the SML issue is in court, and he is one of the people that is him and the 7 acts, or maybe there are 7. So I will find it very difficult that the court cases will proceed well without him, because it seems that everything ended up with him in terms of that contract. So it is necessary for him to come for us to unravel any kind of corruption charges that has been left against him. And in also, the party need to appeal, or maybe to also have a way. I don't know, maybe they may want to do it behind closed doors. You know, these are politics. And in politics, if you come out as a party, your opponent will see it in a different way. So I think the MPP is trying to tread cautiously so that it will not be seen as a way that Kenufurata is being judged already. Let's see, that is how, because you can't be brought to the NBC coming out with statement if the MPP come up with certain issues. So in the political aspect, I think the MPP is trying to be cautious so that it will not be seen as a political game for the ruling government and also the MPP. That is why. But maybe they have to work behind closed doors to appeal to ensure that, because we have a lot of people of this party, that is the previous government, in court, and it's seen as branded as a party that people are corrupt on. At the end of the day, I think the court would come up with a judgment. But if you have about more than 5 or 6 cases in the court, and it presupposes that the party is very, very careful so that it will not be branded as corrupt party members, most of them. And I think maybe we can also say that the NDC also will use it as a strategy in their campaign.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc. I'll have you hold on. I'll come back to you shortly. Let me come quickly to Ebo in the studio now. And Ebo, I mean, Doc makes the point about potentially the MPP wanting to be cautious, but this is a party that 31st January, they'll be organizing the flag bearer race. The party's communicators are publicly raising issues about government's oral. They are questioning government's oral, that the oral is not bringing results, suggesting that they did better with the fight against corruption and all of that. Here's an individual that was key in your governance of the country. He's out there. All these controversial matters are happening. And the party has not officially said anything about that. You agree that they should do it behind the scenes, or they should be speaking publicly?
Well, I think the MPP has been irresponsible relative to the issue of Kenufurata's, if you like, run away. I think the party, instead of organizing those useless press conferences, should rather organize a press conference and publicly tell Ghanaians that they are calling on Kenufurata to come to Ghana, or they are making supporting government effort to bring the man home to answer questions. Whether they like it or not, Ken represents MPP. I mean, he was the finance minister. I mean, he was the fulcrum around around whom, if you like, everything revolved. And so if the man has run away and is refusing to come, and as a political party, you know that this has potential effects on the image of your party, what do? Do you distance yourself and keep quiet and organize press conferences on unnecessary issues? I think they've been irresponsible. And this is going to, you see, whether they like it or not, this is going to be a very serious blot on the integrity of the party for a very long time. Because, I mean, to think about it, that we were given a finance minister who had a lot of issues before even he was appointed. The party itself ignored those issues. Here I'm talking about the Obotan issue, which is a well-known issue in Ghana. The party ignored that issue and appointed him and backed him to become finance minister. The man, after destroying our economy with the help of Bawumia and Addison, after destroying banks, you know the banks he collapsed. I've told you I'm from Cape Coast. If you go to Cape Coast, where the data bank, the office data bank occupies, used to be GT Bank office. After GT Bank, UT Bank was collapsed. Data Bank occupied that office. Country, if you go to Cape Coast. So this man, after destroying our economy, collapsing individual banks, and for the first time, giving us haircuts that we did not call for, haircuts that we don't deserve, that led to many people dying. He decides, I'm leaving this country. I don't want to come back to this country to face the issue of accountability. And the party has kept quiet all this while. That is a responsibility. And so, I'm not surprised, because recently, one of them, who used to be former MP for Sekendi, Ejepamesa, he was questioning us as to whether we have any law in Ghana that requires somebody who has served this country to account for his stewardship. Clearly, this is a mentality of a political party, not a mentality of Ejepamesa. So if they were stealing like never before, if after stealing they are running out of the country and don't want to come back, then perhaps it is because of the mentality that in this country there's no law that requires that after you've served your country, you have to account for your stewardship. So, yes, we are going to always make reference to this. And my position is clear, and even at the risk of sounding repetitive, I'm saying that if Kenofurata is refusing to come to Ghana, so long as he remains abroad, his political party, MPP, the one that brought him, should remain in opposition.
I mean, last week, I remember when we had, or the previous week, we had a similar conversation. I made a point about the circumstances surrounding his departure, how he had informed everyone, the health issues that we all know about, and whether we are not being too hard on him. Now, with all what we are learning now about him entering, overstaying his visa, and issues that have come up so far, what we've learned so far, does that lend credence to the position that you took, and you still stand by it, that you believe that he is determined or has taken a personal decision that he's not coming back to Ghana to face the law here?
Of course, he knows what he's done. He knows what he's done. He knows he can't face the law and succeed, given what he's done. That is why when he was leaving, the man was running away, but he couldn't have written in the letter, "I'm running away." Let's get that one straight. That health issue, and the man couldn't have written, "Please, I'm running away." So he said he was going out indefinitely, right? So it's a way of telling you that I'm not going to come back.
Okay.
So let's not play the ostrich.
All right.
The man ran away. And another person who has been also irresponsible is the former president, the brother of Kenofurata. He appointed him, and when he was appointing him, you remember the kind of things he said about Ken, his academic background, his qualifications and all that. If the man who served in the office, all the things he would do, when the man was the man was borrowing excessively and profiting out of it, wasn't the Nakufado aware? All the things the man did, the Nakufado knew about it. Yet, he has also kept quiet. Now, when you're talking about issue of corruption, let's be serious about it. I don't want to mince words when I'm talking about issue of corruption, because we all know the effect of corruption in this country. We know what corruption has done to people of this country over the years. And so, we need Ken. I am not interested in all the letters and all that. All that we need is that Ken must be brought to Ghana to face justice and accountability. And that is what we need.
Okay. Let me come to AB now. And AB, I just want to read the response again, the statement from ICE, so that I just pick your thoughts on it generally. It says, Kenneth Nanaya Oforiatta is an illegal alien from Ghana that is facing corruption and corruption-related charges in his home country. He entered the United States on May 28, 2025 on a visitor's visa with an expiration date of November 27, 2025. Oforiatta overstayed his permitted admission. He has been issued a notice to appear and will remain in ICE custody. He will be given due process before a Justice Department immigration judge. The Trump administration has been abundantly clear aliens must respect our laws or face the consequences. Overstaying a visa is an immigration law violation that can result in deportation. I mean, last week you had picked up information that the Attorney General basically confirmed to an extent. I mean, in fact, in greater detail, just with a bit more detail and the role that they were playing with the FBI and all of that. It does appear from this statement that they are silent on, but they are silent on the extradition request, but they do make it clear that they are aware that he's facing corruption-related charges in his home country. I mean, what do you have to make of all we are learning this morning?
I think the information you have is more or less a summary of the details. I believe that depending on the questions you ask, for instance, I didn't see a question like, because you knew about it, so you should have asked that question, whether his visa was revoked. So there could have been clarity there. But when you listen to the Attorney General, he indicated that he was asked to leave the U.S. on a certain date.
In fact, I remember he said in November. Which in the statement here today, they say that he was supposed to leave in November, but they described it as an expiration, November 27, 2025.
And he didn't. Then also, they were supposed to effect the arrest on a certain date, but postpone it to this other date that he was arrested. But if you put all together and what the Attorney General said to us last week, Saturday, is a clear indication that this arrest of Ken Ofori-Atta is in furtherance of the extradition request. Because in this response, they have indicated that they are aware that Ghana is requesting for him to come back home. So, as I speak now, I think that these responses or statement coming from the ICUM is not remarkably different and has not gone beyond what the Attorney General has told the people of this country. What is critical now is we should wait, because they say he will have his day in court, and I'm told he will go to court on the 20-something.
I think the AG said 20th.
Of this month. Yeah. So we are getting close. I also heard somebody say that that is actually one of his lawyers, Frank Davis, say that the Foreign Affairs Minister was wrong to have made those statements regarding the American government's willingness not to interfere in the extradition matters. Now, when you have a lawyer who is also a political activist like I am speak this way, it will tell you the mindset of the political party's position. You may not have the political party itself coming out with a position in terms of a press statement or a press conference, but if you want to know how death looks like, take a look at sleep. So you can infer from the way the operatives are talking of the party. And these operatives, when talking, will not say anything which is in contravention or which goes beyond the belief of the party. So yes, you want to know the MPP's position. The MPP position can be found in the comments that individual members make. He spoke about Andrew Ejipamensah. For you to come as a lawyer, if he wasn't a lawyer, that would have been a different ballgame. But to have said that there is no law that imposes a duty on a public officer to account, it's a clear indication of two things. Either he is corrupt, as Kennedy, Ken Agyapong himself is.
Ken Ofori-Atta.
Ken Ofori-Atta, sorry, Ken Ofori-Atta is. Or it borders on incompetence. Because as a lawyer, and if you have done constitutional law and more of also administrative law, you will know that our constitution is riddled with accountability principles. The entire constitution is riddled with accountability principles. In fact, the preamble, you see accountability there.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that the way the MPP manage this country, like a criminal cartel, it will be difficult for the MPP to come out and say Ken should return home or distance themselves from the conduct of Ken. And so let's wait, let's see how the court processes will roll out in the US, and then we can take it from there. And 20th is not far.
And finally, just on the Sedinam updates also that came out. I mean, it's one that I've seen people comment that does appear the government wants to do the right thing, but there are also some who are the usual conspiracy theorists who are suggesting that possibility of a presidential pardon in the future may be under the table somewhere.
I can only comment on what I know.
Right now, you just did the analysis connection of the MPP and finding the party position. What the party.
Yes, because
they are also pointing to pieces here. That's
because I found comments made by the operatives of the party, and that's how I could say what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I can say that it was a responsibility of the MPP to get what's her name, the lady back.
Yeah.
Because all these things.
I mean, they sent the extradition request.
I'm saying, were they aggressive like we are aggressive? Well, were they aggressive like we are aggressive? And if we were partisan, if the NDC were partisan, nothing stops the NDC from just pursuing Ken Ofori-Atta and say that, look, the lady has been convicted and sentenced. And so the reason why we are not bringing or dealing with her is because in her case, the matter is closed. But to ensure that there's fairness and that there's already a request to bring her home, this government, notwithstanding the fact that she's a member of the NDC, this government is doing the needful. The other conspiracy theory, that's why I'm saying that I cannot play God to be thinking or trying to know what will happen after here. I cannot play God. And I didn't play God when I was speaking about Ken Ofori-Atta. So you can leave me out in this conversation.
But as a lawyer, by training, sometimes you anticipate what your opponent on the other side will do and you respond to it. So in that anticipation, would you be surprised if she comes down and she's granted a presidential pardon?
Once again, I don't speak for the president. I can't speak to that.
Okay.
I can only speak to matters that are before me. And what is before me is that the Attorney General is requesting for her extradition. Nothing more, nothing less. And when she comes, and the idea is that she should come and serve the remaining of her terms here. I think that's the whole idea. So let her come. When she comes and they trigger another process, at that point, I'm not running away from you. I'll come and answer the questions.
All right, that's fine. Let me take brief comments on that issue. I forgot to pick it up with you on the Sedinam Tamaklo. Good move.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very good move by the government. You see, let me tell you, I still don't understand why MPP, one, they allowed her to leave, two, and also did not make the effort to bring the woman. It appears to me that they wanted to play a game with us. You know, they knew I've said it, they knew what they were coming to do, or they knew what they were doing in government. And so if you remember, at a point in time, the minority leaders said something. I listened to him one time. He was talking about the fact that when the double salary issue came, they spoke to the president to let it pass. Meaning they wanted to play this, I scratch your back, you scratch my back, game with us. So I believe that because they knew they themselves were stealing, and that they would have to have a way out in future, they allowed the woman to live in the United States of America without making any effort to bring her. Are you getting the point I'm making? So I think it's a good thing that this government has made this effort and they are bringing her. If they succeed in bringing her, I think it will be a feather in their cap in respect of the fight against corruption. At least it will make Ghanaians know that this government is genuine about fighting corruption. And it could be a very big political plus for them in future. I believe it's a good move. That needs to be applauded.
All right. Let me wrap up with Doc on this subject matter. And Doc, the same question. The government quite clearly not leaving any stone unturned, showing a commitment that it's not a political target and it's going after one of their own as well to get into the country. Good move, you say?
Yes, that is a very good move, and it will place the government treats all his citizens fair. I think it started during the MP time. Judgment was made and everything, but they were not able to bring her back. So the issue about Kenokrata and also her coming to the situation, I think that I wish that even the NDC could have tried to convince her to bring her earlier so that it will be more a case that can be used to bring Kenokrata. So, but it is not something that can be over. I think it's a very good signal, and that will give an indication that any political appointee or whoever that have some questions to answer, no matter your political divide, even if there's any government that is not, you are not part of that government or that party, the government of that day has the right to, or they give a signal that can be brought back to the country for you to answer some questions. So it's a very good.
All right. Thank you, Doc. Hold on for me. We'll switch to the second topic shortly. Some messages here. Stephen, when in why you say that whether the MPP is silent or possibly protecting his return to Ghana or not, Kenokrata will come to Ghana, dead or alive, to face other charges, just like the USA is now cooperating with the government to repatriate Sedinam to serve a sentence. You said you can't agree more with Ebo Bachman about the loud silence of Nana Addo. You put some P word in between. I'm not sure what that is, Stephen. There, we are still doing a cash out. Are we ready to do the draw? Can we do the first draw now before we switch to the next topic? Okay, but yes, but you can still participate in it. It will be coming up on the screen quite shortly. How to participate? Dial *439#, select option 8 to participate in it, and the more you participate, you increase your chances of winning some good money. We are giving 2,000 cedis to 5 individuals today. 2,000 cedis to 5 individuals. That is what we are giving out on a Friday. You get a chance to win 2,000 cedis. You get to be part of 5 individuals, 2,000 cedis each. And so that is what is available for you today. So let's move on and look at the second issue that we have tabled for discussion this morning. And it has to do with the Presidential Economic Advisory Group that has been announced by the government. And very interesting makeup there in terms of the individuals who are part of this particular team. Virtually some of Ghana's top academics and industrialists in the country. First and foremost, the Vice President, Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman, is part of the Presidential Advisory Group on the Economy. There is also Mr. Ishmael Yamson, a private sector leader, also a former member of this same advisory group. Mr. Kwame Mpianim is also an economist and a private sector leader, a former member of this group as well. And a member of New Patriotic Party. A member of the New Patriotic Party. I think he had even tried to contest the presidential election sometime back. There was a whole disqualification issue that ended up at the Supreme Court. There is Miss Nana Oye Mansa Yeboah, former Deputy Minister of Finance and Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, a former member of AGE as well. Let's look at the other individuals. Dr. Kwabena Dufo is an economist and former governor of the Bank of Ghana, former Minister of Finance as well. Sir Samuel Eson Jonah, you all should know him, a popular private sector leader and an industrialist as well. Mr. Ato Brown is a former World Bank infrastructure specialist and agribusiness investor. Then there's Dr. Henry Kofi Wampai, former governor of the Bank of Ghana. Then there is Togbe Afede, the 14th economist and private sector leader as well. There is also Miss Abena Amwa, the chief executive of the Ghana Stock Exchange, and Professor Priscilla Chumesi Bafo, professor at the University of Ghana and also a researcher, and Professor Patience Asewi Abo, university professor and academic researcher as well. All right, so those are the members of the group, and the purpose and mandates, basically, we are told a number of them, but they are to provide, they are to serve as a high-level advisory body to the president, responsible for providing independent, non-partisan, strategic economic advice to the president, and that's what they are putting out. They've put out there so far. It's a statement from the minister in charge of government communications and spokesperson to the president. And let me start off with Ebo on this matter. And Ebo, I mean, the economy generally, the numbers show has been great. And the question some would ask is, do we really need all these, should I say, crack team of advisors? We need them at this point in time, or like they say in Akan, and I'm dodo and say manipi, maybe something like that. Yeah. What do you make of it?
Oh, okay. Even before we talk about the 12 and our expectations of them, I think it is important to commend those whose effort or whose stellar performance delivered the kind of economic stabilization that we've enjoyed in the past year. I think they've done well. I believe that the president himself, Ato, the finance minister, the governor, Dr. Siama, and Sami Jemfi, I mean, I believe that these four people have worked so well to give us the kind of economic stabilization we've enjoyed in the past year. Let me also say, while we commend these people for their efforts so far in terms of the way they've handled the economy, it is important we don't forget something very important. And for me, I'm bringing this up because of our expectations of those who have been appointed. That the following people, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former president, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, the former vice president and the head of the economic management team, Nana Yakuntun Kuninkun Ufuriata, and the former finance minister who was run away, Dr. Philip Addison, the former governor who mismanaged Bank of Ghana. The following names that I've mentioned, whether we like it or not, they represent something. For me, these names are stark reminders of how not to govern a country and manage an economy. I believe that we gave them the finest opportunity to manage our economy, to govern our country, and the result they gave us was nothing to write home about. I mean, had all the negatives, destroying every aspect of the economy, with debt overhang, with high cost of living, and all the other things you can think of, and corruption and all that. So it is important we let those who are coming in know that if they don't perform, their names will also be mentioned in future as people who could not perform, like the way Nanado and Bawumia. You could remember Bawumia was presented to us as somebody with magic wand, somebody who was so versed in economics that, I mean, he was going to change Ghana's economy. I remember he said we are moving from taxation to production. Meanwhile, he spent more money on NAPCO than one factory. So I see that the names that I've seen, fantastic individuals. Some of them I've known personally. Some of them I've followed for a long time. I believe that where we've gotten to, we've completed the first stage or the first phase of the economy, what we wanted to do within the first year, which was the stabilization. Now, the second phase is very crucial because this time around, you need to consolidate the gains. There has to be consolidation of the stabilization, which is very important. While at the same time, you try to expand the economy to employ more people and all that. So it is important. And so if you know there are people who can help you, why not? And I think that's what the president has done. And these are people the president respects so much. That is one thing we have to take note of. You see, if you have a leader who always wants to appoint people he can control, people with no mettle, people he can easily manipulate, then that becomes dangerous. But if you look at the 12, the kind of people they are not, these are not pushovers. These are not people that the president can easily manipulate them. And so it is very important that point is made.
Okay.
And my expectations, you see, let me say that committees don't fix economy. What does fix economy is political will. In other words, no matter how you are advised, if you don't have the political will to take the decisions, because these people are not politicians, they are going to give you some of the advice that will be so critical. Yet, if you weigh it politically, it may not favor you. That is where the challenge comes in. Whether you are going to be, you want advice that is politically, suitable to you, or you want an advice that can heal the wounds of the economy. So it's going to be very critical for the president to deal with the committee, because I'm looking forward to see a situation where the committee will come up with critical issues, policies, advice that would change this economy. So, and my other expectation is that their advice should be taken seriously. We've had committees in this country that were completely ignored. This time around, we should have a committee. This committee, their advice, whether the advice will taste sweet or sour, the president must flow with the advice, implement the advice. Not that I'm going to form a committee, yet I'm going to ignore them. Okay. Now, we expect this committee to give us practical solutions, not academic speeches and lectures. Does it sound familiar?
Very familiar.
Familiar. A situation where we were giving someone who could lecture, who could tell us all the theories in economics. But when opportunity was given to him, he finally ran away from the economy to area where he had no knowledge of. And so it is important that we let them know that we have high expectations. I remember, let me tell you, O-level in my school, I was the overall best student. And I was given a book. I thought I was going to read something. I was given a book, Charles Dickens' book, Great Expectations. That was the book I was given for that performance. And we have great expectations of these people. We want them to perform, to help support the president to succeed. But the one most important issue they need to help us to address, strategies. How do we reduce unemployment? How do we reduce cost of production? For me, that is the most important thing we need to look at as a nation. How to reduce cost of doing business in Ghana? How do we reduce cost of living? How do we increase our revenue without overburdening the ordinary Ghanaian? How do we expand our revenue base without putting so much burden on the poor Ghanaian? It is important. And how do we position the private sector? Most of these people are people who are in private sector, who are giants, within the private sector. So how do we position the private sector to be so powerful and competitive so that we can compete favorably and effectively with other private sector participants in other countries. Because whether we like it or not, we are competing. Because even with the coming in of African Continental Free Trade Area, it makes competition more keen. Because whatever you are producing to sell to South Africa or to export to South Africa, somebody is also exporting the same thing from Ivory Coast. So how do you do in such a way that in terms of quality and price, you can compete out the Ivory Coast producer or the private sector person? That is the most important part, because if we are not able to expand the economy through the private sector, we can't generate jobs for the youths. And we can also generate revenue through income tax and corporate tax. And we can also export more to also increase our, if you like, forex revenue. So it is important. It is important. And this will also help us, they should put in strategy that will help us to reduce borrowing. Like not the kind of borrowing we had in the past 8 years under Akufo-Addo Bawumia, where anytime you borrowed, the finance minister benefited. We don't want that situation again. So they should help us to also manage the existing debt, very well, so that we can move forward as a nation. I have great expectations.
Yeah, when you have great expectations because of their background and everything. I mean, the last time someone said, "What a solid team," we ended up in big trouble. You effectively said it's a solid team in a different way.
Let me establish the difference here. You see, the solid team was political. And the solid team was not even allowed to work. That's why I made reference to that. The solid team was very political. And the work of the solid team, remember at a point, when the economy was doing fairly well, because we were under IMF, Osafo Mafu came out to say that whatever was happening in the economy, he attributed it to Dr. Bawumia. I remember when the economy was doing very well. But when the economy was not doing well, what did you see? The man himself ran away from the economy. The solid team was political. But look at the composition of this group. That's why I'm saying I have more confidence in this group than the usual, economic management team that is made up of political appointees, like the ministers and all that. So let's see. I mean, they should know that if they don't perform, their names will be mentioned here. Yeah, that one.
Right, let me go to Doc on Zoom before I come to AB in the studio. Doc, fair to say a solid team, but the question still remains, is this necessary?
Yes. When you hear these names, it just comes to mind when Dr. Bawumia, the former vice president, would say a solid team. And I agree to Ebo that that was a political team, maybe. But when you look at this team, it is an advisory committee. When you look at them, you wonder that we have these Ghanaians with different backgrounds, experience, age-wise, all of them, I don't know, but they are the best. And just bringing them together is one of the good steps that President Mahama has made towards the economy. The economy needs to be stabilized. At least there has to be a growth. Honorable Tufor and government, as a Bank of Ghana governor, has made a good step by stabilizing the economy. So you need people who might be outside. And I think that is what the President Mahama wanted to take that step so that they can give an advice. When you talk about these advisory committees, most of the countries in the world have been having these committees, especially the president, prime ministers, for them, because sometimes if you are not careful, you might be swayed by your political appointees and you might fall along the way. So, but these people behind will give strategic direction, will give strategic perspective, will study the issues, will monitor how policies are being implemented in relation to the research agenda, because I think that they have to model their advice in relation to what? To the research that the government promised Ghanaians. So that is where, because when you go to India, they also have these economic advisory committee. We have Pakistan, we have even Nigeria, they also have this, and we have Virgin Islands, we have a lot of these countries using this economic advisory committee to advise their various leaders, and it's a very good step. My concern would be, we the academics, where you know that a lot of us, we have a brother, everybody has his own speciality. When we meet, that is where you see that economic pomposity will come in. And then, so I was looking at it and I said, hey, will this committee not be clouded by various skills and experience? But they are matured enough, and they believe that they can, they have Ghana at heart, and they can compromise and try to come out with a fair ground and a concrete advice to the president. Is one of the groups. I side with people that this is an advisory, and when the advisory goes against political decisions, how will the government, the president, take it? And that is where we need to be have a little bit of concern, because when they give the advice and at the end of the day it doesn't go in line with the government way, it comes in. And again, the areas that the government, that this advisory committee needs to look at, when you look at the research agenda, you can realize that they have to give a direction to our gold. They have to give a direction to our cocoa, oil. These are primary resources or resource areas that I think the economic advisory, because they have to give a direction towards the gold and the gold board, how these issues, the Bank of Ghana and those things. We talk about cocoa. You see, cocoa is not performing well. I think about some few days ago, we had the chairman of the cocoa board, Honorable Fuso Ampofo, trying to let us know that they have some issues and the farmers are not. They have to give a strategic direction. At the same time, I am quite concerned about our agricultural sector, where it is not linked up with technology. They have to give a direction towards agricultural technology in a way that we can modernize our agric, and also have, and I think Honorable Ebo also mentioned about our debts. We need to have, that is, he talks about revenue mobilization. Our debt is also an issue. How the current government will not accumulate more debt as against what? Revenue mobilization. They have to look, and also the big push that the president has mentioned, they have to give strategic direction towards some of these these projects that the President Mahama had. So they need to have an outline. And in conclusion, or at the end, we should have, they should give us an advisory way of trying to solve these youth unemployment through whether digital platforms or digital or ICT. So the youth should be a focus for this committee for us. I believe that if they can take these advice, because they are mature, they all have whatever it takes to be where they are. So I think that they will not give any advice that will politically centered, but they will give an advice for in the relations to Ghanaian, that is our economy and also the Ghanaian in general. And I wish them well, and I hope that they will let us see a difference when the year ends for the economic development policy.
And finally, briefly, Doc, before I come and wrap up with AB in the studio, I mean, for academics and private business people who are not politically affiliated, a lot of the time when they take up such appointments, the perception and the commentary, particularly by opposition elements, tends to suggest that, oh yeah, so all this while you were leaning towards this government, even though some of them purely would take it up wanting to help the nation. I mean, is this what should be the thinking around it in the conversations that we'll be having going forward on this particular appointment that has been made?
I said what you are saying is true, but my advice is that the politicians should leave with the academics. They should leave us. You see, sometimes some of these comments made us not to involve ourselves in some of these government activities, because you might be branded as a political activist or maybe a member of the party, but there's nothing wrong. But in that case, because some of these things affect our activities on campuses, our various campuses, where you might be branded as this party member or whatever, but we are all Ghanaians at the end of the day. But I think that the political activist or maybe the partisan politicians should allow us to also contribute in our little way, the quota, because I know one or two of them, they are very good researchers, and so they can provide data, they can provide what is needed for these businessmen, these governance on the advisory committee. So I believe that if they will also allow us, our job is research, our job is to have that information. So if they can give us that opportunity, I think it will help all of us, but not to brand us as politicians.
All right. Dr. Samuel Efriye, thank you so much for joining us as always. We'll leave it here with you for now. Thank you so much, and we look forward to engaging subsequently. Let me come. I mean, when Doc made reference to the pedigree of those on board and whether they can equally work together, I was just thinking of, for the football fans, the Galacticos of Real Madrid, and how the head coach was telling the players to do a guard of honor for the mighty Barcelona, and the players, one of the players was signaling that they should leave, and they all left. The coach has been sacked eventually. We saw what happened, played out there, but there's a powerful coach in charge. You agree, Amy?
Yeah, you just want to tease Real Madrid people.
There's a powerful coach in charge and a solid team. You agree?
I think it's a master stroke from the president. Yeah. It's a master stroke. These are colossuses. That's a plural of colossus. So nobody should say that I made wrong. These are colossuses. Now, the fact is this. These are people who can easily walk away if they think that the president is not heeding to their advice. Yeah. In fact, these are people who will not take per diem. They have seen it all. From academia, from the public sector, and from the private sector. Now you talk about the gold board. Who can at least guide the process more than Sam Jonah? I think they were carefully and selected. You know? So when this came up, I heard people say, oh, we don't need this committee because we are already doing well. No. I checked from the US. In the White House, we have what is called the Council of Economic Advisors in the White House. And there's another committee called the National Economic Council in the White House. Are we saying that America is not doing well? That's why they have them. Normally, if a president is campaigning to become president, if you notice, there's what is called the Campaign Advisory Committee. Now, this committee, after you win power, this committee will now replace the Campaign Advisory Committee. So this is a committee which would constantly have the president's ear. And you don't need to be in the doldrums before you set up this committee. Where we are now with this committee and the galaxy of men who have populated this committee, you, him, and myself.
I have a name.
So, Ebo, yes. And then you are Akabule. And my good self, can now go and sleep, knowing that apart from the economy being in the hands of the competent Atuforsen, there's also a buffer. God, touch wood, say Atuforsen is beginning to misbehave. These people can whip him to lie. You see? So the various buffers and the fact that the president himself has decided to mortgage himself to these people, they can tell the president right in his face what is wrong and what is right. So the MPP should be worried. And they should be worried that this kind of structures that are being put in place is actually meant to ensure that we don't hand over. This is the time that when you say you won't hand over, there's merit in it. You don't misgovern a country and say, we won't hand over, we won't hand over. This is the time This is a way not to hand over. This type of thing is the way not to hand over.
You don't hand over by winning the election.
You just win it. Exactly. So these are all put together a winning election team. So I think that let's congratulate the president for this one, and let's ensure that they do their work well and provide the goods that we all need, which is to deliver for the people of this country.
But before you come in, AB, I mean, the last time a similar thing was done, I remember you remember the three wise men? Mm-hmm. We heard them complain that they were not getting even access to the president. And Ebu makes the point rightly that substantively it will come down to the political will, because if the president does not like what he's being told, you decide that, well, I don't want to hear it anymore. You agree with that point?
We have a unique president. I don't think so many countries have gotten this type in Africa, where a president goes and comes. This man has learned his lessons in the past. And if you see, his current administration is all about correcting the wrongs of the past. I am not going to go, because I wasn't privy to the matters relating to the three wise men, but if that didn't work, knowing and seeing what I'm seeing now with the president now, I see him correcting what went wrong in the previous administration. This one too will be corrected.
Okay.
But for those who say that if these people are smeared because they've taken an appointment and so people will begin to read politics into it, I say that these people should focus on delivering for God and country. It is not about NDC, it's not about MPP.
Okay.
We are now at a stage where we want this country to move beyond where we took it from. And these are the people who help the president to do that.
Okay. I mean, sometimes I forget there are younger listeners, viewers watching. Someone is asking me who are the three wise men. Sorry. Just to put it in context, Manda Mahama one, there was Cletus Avoka, Alban Babin, and I think E.T. Mensah. It was an advisory team that the presidency set up at the time to advise the president, and we heard them complain subsequently that they were not even getting access to the president. So that's what I was referring to. And Ebo, you wanted to make a point?
Yes, I wanted to make a point. You see, I want to believe that some of these people have been advising the president behind the scenes already. I mean, that is my belief. That I don't think maybe perhaps the president would want to make it formal now, but I want to believe that some of them may have, advised the president behind the scenes. But it's also important to note that the president has crossed over to appoint or to choose MPP member, Mr. Kwame Pienim. And if you have listened to that man and the things he said in the past that the MPP did not take him seriously, you realize that the president has seen something good. I mean, of course, as for Mr. Kwame Pienim, you don't need to. I mean, what he's made up of is known. I mean, it's known. So I'm happy the president has now, crossed over to pick that man to help in his government. And also, it is important to mention that once they are going to advise the president on the economy, from time to time, you should be able to know if it will be possible. You should be able to know the kind of advice, the kind of work they are doing. Their work should not be only at the background. They should be able to engage us from time to time for us to know what they are really doing and some of the things, some of the, if you like, advice they've proffered and all that. I think it will go a long way to help us for us to be carried along by this committee. And it's AB says something. I mean, President Mahama has so far shown to be a very wise president. I mean, if you look at the way he's doing things, and I, of course, you see the contrast is so obvious. You see, it's because we just had one, and we're having another one. You could see the contrast, and the way this one is approaching things, and if his body language, even is even in public, I believe that he has endeared himself to the.
There are those who say it's because of his experience. They make the point that 8 years at the presidency, vice president, president sits home for 8 years and he comes back. They say that there's no one, we've not had a more qualified president by way of experience than him, and that is what they can only expect.
And he's also a legacy president, you know. And let me tell you, one thing I've come to like is the fact that he knows that in 2027 he's going to be the president of AU. And therefore, knowing that you have something big or something, something bigger ahead of you in terms of becoming the president of AU, would also guide him as to how to approach this, because I disagree with you because
on which of the points?
On the point that he's gotten this experience, and so that is how come his posture is like what Ebo is saying.
Okay.
Character is like pregnancy. No matter how you try to suppress it, it will show. You know, Akufo-Addo came and rebranded himself. He was for the man, for the people eating into, Dansoma with
people. And all that.
But when the power came, we saw it. So the character, you must have the character not to be like that. Not to be like what? Like the Akufo-Addo. Before your experience can guide you. You can have all the experience in the world, but if your character is one that puts people away, it will show. So it's not about that. I just want to tell you.
That's fine.
But are you closing?
Yes, we are about closing.
Okay, I want to say, I have a friend, you know. He's, you know, those days in the 70s and 80s, those who are old like me, those days of Mama Aqua, Adolf Amma playing for House of Folk, Adai Chenchenhine for Kotoko. He was also in Tamale, Northern region. Clifford Adai. He used to play with Mumuni Gamel, Mohamed Cho and co. He's my mentor. Growing up, I wanted to play football like him. Clifford Adai. Those who are old like me will hear of him. But he's an MPP person. And I want to tell him that he needs to cross over. So Clifford Adai, good morning.
Okay. So that's Abraham Amaliba, Director General, National Road Safety Authority. He is a legal party member of the NDC as well. And
but today I forgot to greet the people of Cape Coast.
Yeah.
You know the people of Cape Coast, they have some saying. I don't want to quote everything, but it ends like "Eyo Gwadan, no Gwan yo be." Do you understand?
What has Ogwa done to you that you have not done to Ogwa?
Yeah, like whatever you do to Ogwa retaliate. And so somebody told us that he was going to build airport and harbor for us. Let's not forget that he lied to us. He said, "You Ogwa then, no Ogwa you be."
Okay, landlord Borga D-line, you say that Russia-Ukraine war ongoing, but cedi is stable and inflation is down. U.S.-Venezuela tension ongoing, but the cedi is stable and inflation is down. Serious protests ongoing in Iran, but the cedi is stable and inflation is down. But Russia-Ukraine war was seriously blamed for economic mess from 2022 to 2024. It doesn't matter how many legs kick the ball, the owner would always take it home at the end of the game. Kudos to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, my political godfather, Abraham Amaliba. That is coming from landlord Borga D-line. I didn't know you were providing political mentorship to
I know him
the young and old. And all across. This one here from Ralph, you say that you wish Oforiatta is tried in absentia and brought down, like Sedinam Tamaklo, so that straight into prison when he's brought down. Our judicial system will frustrate the case. You say that we can mark it and see. Aziz Donla, you say that it's obviously clear that the economic management team by HE President is the best, most efficient, effective, reliable, and attractive team. Certainly the future is bright for this country. Best wishes to Professor Sharif Khalid and Honorable Tanko Rashid. That's coming from Aziz Donla there. There's a final one. He said that there's a far difference between a responsible opposition and irresponsible opposition party. That's what the UP are doing. They give advice and solutions, and they criticize when the need arises to put the country in the right direction. Just listen to Ebo. That is coming from Prince Nana York there. Do we still? I understand we still have Doc on the line. Doc, we'll give you the final word, then maybe if a minute, you can also briefly touch on the whole, this whole conversation around the transport issues. People are not getting cars along the roadside. Just briefly, just wrap up for us and let's go.
Well, maybe he mentioned about Foxy. I think in Kumasi Ashanti region, call it in Kukonkete. So I think they have to change the name.
They call it what?
They call it in Kukonkete. Yeah, that's how they call that the car. So
they call it Kukonkete.
Yes,
but these are not Kitty cars. but the name I've heard is Kumi Prekun. So that's the name I've heard.
That name will not brand today. I think Kukonkete will be a good brand for the research agenda for so don't worry. That is how we call it here. Anyway, for the transport, I think that the government has to come in immediately because in Kumasi we also have that situation as well. We have been experiencing a lot of traffic and also human traffic at various points early in the morning and also in the evening. I think it's getting out, and then that is what why the drivers are taking advantage of to charge point by point. Stop by stop. You just take it and then you add another, then you take another one. So I think the government need to come in immediately because it might be seen as a national security threat in a way, because when people, these things are not handled. I think they also have other buses, mass transport and other private companies. Immediately the government can get in touch with them so that they look at the route where there's a lot of human traffic and then tends to have these kind of problems stop immediately. It's getting too much.
Okay. I know I signed. Thank you very much, Doc, for joining us, Dr. Samuel Free. I know I signed out my guest in the studio, but let me just pick brief comments on the transport issue. Able first, then AB. Then
yeah. Transport issue is very important. But before that, the President hand over GTP to this advisory group. Hand over the GTP we gave.
The Great Transformation Plan.
Yeah, the President should do that. It will help all of us. And you see. One thing we are not taking into consideration whenever you are discussing this issue is the issue of productivity. Productivity, labor productivity in particular. That people go to work late because of this situation and they get home after work late, tired. So they wake up tired and they don't go to work early. So their output in terms of what they give out is not enough. Okay. So it affects the overall performance of the economy. So it is something that we need to take into consideration and solve this problem. So bringing in public transport is very important. I don't know. You see, sometimes when you go to school, it's only WAEC exams that you are not supposed to copy. But in life, when somebody is doing something and the person is successful, you can copy. You can go to UK, you can go to China, other countries, and see how they've done theirs. And you copy, little. You copy it. You see, but we can also be successful with our transportation system if our road networks are good. So let's look at, these are some of the things, and these are economic matters. It's not social matters, these are economic matters as well. So it is important we address this issue once and for all.
All right.
As a nation.
DG.
Well, we don't need to go to those countries that you are talking about. We were in Rwanda with my transport minister.
Yeah.
Rwanda has a perfect transport system.
Yeah.
And I think that we went there not because of the transport system, so we weren't focused, but we had a feel of it. I think that we need to go back to Rwanda and get their transport system. And even how they control the way the owners of vehicles put on charges. In Rwanda, there's a central committee that deals with the prices. You can't just get up and
charge what you have to do.
So I think we should go back. At Rwanda Corporation, they have all that information. And when you go, so I think we should go back there. South Corporation, there's nothing wrong with you copying from your colleague. And we are all in the south of the world. So let's look at Rwanda's experience.
All right. That's all time would allow us this morning. We'll leave the discussion here. Thank you all so much for sending your messages. There's a final one I didn't take. Musa Batwa in Asawasi, you say that it's Kenoforiata issue raises serious questions about the earlier handling of the matter by the West, which appeared lackadaisical at the initial stages. And so you make the point that the continuous silence of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is questionable and does not inspire public confidence. We are still doing the cash out. We are giving out 2,000 cedis to 5 individuals. So on a Friday, dial *439#, select option 8 and proceed. And we always say, the more you stake in terms of more tickets, you increase the likelihood of you winning. And I say always, it's simple mathematics and probability. So you stake more, we'll pick at random. Your number appears more, so you are likely to be selected as well. Are you looking for a university that will prepare your child for the future? Then Academic City University is the best choice for you. At Academic City, we do not just teach, we nurture creators, innovators, and leaders who shape tomorrow's world. We offer undergraduate programs in engineering, computational sciences, business and communication arts, and our BSc in artificial intelligence and robotics engineering are the first and only of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. With world-class facilities, industry experienced faculty, students do not just learn the latest technology, they actually create it. And working professionals and young graduates, we have got you covered as well with our MSc programs in cybersecurity and data science analytics, as well as our professional certificate programs. At Academic City, our programs are practical, relevant, and future focused. You can call us on 026 269 3870, 026 269 3870, or visit act.edu.gh for more information. Admissions are open now. Academic City, make your mark. And I always say Prof. Enoch Opoku, a regular contributor on our Friday, a Globetrotter as well, teaches there. He's a big man in that university, so go and learn from him. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned in.
Latest news updates from around the world, America, Ghana, everywhere, including football. And I wonder why the Nigerians are blaming Ghana for the match that they lost at the AFCON. But Mutala Yakubu is here to explain all of that. In the meantime, 5 of you can win 2,000 Ghana cedis this morning via *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. And I'm dishing out the very first amount right after sports. Kokor, in actual sense, bring the dashboard on the screen. Let me see if I should do the first one before sports, and I'll do the second one right after sports. In the meantime, if you haven't played it yet, *439# is the code to use to win a cool 2,000 Ghana cedis this morning, especially if you are a Telecel or MTN subscriber. You're choosing option 8. It's a mini jackpot today, so you're choosing option 8. You follow the rest of the prompts and you can win 2,000 Ghana cedis. Back in studio, Mutala Yakubu is here with all the latest in the world of sports.
Yeah.
Mutala, so you people didn't go to the AFCONs.
Yeah.
But some way, somehow, you have found your way in there to the point where you people were referees.
Of course.
Were you really the downfall of Nigeria?
Never. I mean, we all watched the game and we saw that Nigeria played abysmal on the day.
But they're bashing you.
Of course, because, I mean, Daniel Aye was the easier target in all this. Prior to the game, there was a lot of bickering from the Nigerian quarters that why would you allow a Ghanaian referee be at the center of affairs when we have a rivalry with Ghana? But it's a soft rivalry. It's just Jollof, War, and a few others, movie and all that. It doesn't extend beyond that. We don't hate Nigerians. So
they don't hate us either.
Yes. So whichever way, regardless of how the game would have ended, if Nigeria loses, Daniel Aye was going to be the easier target. I watched the game and I will score him an 8/10.
Oh, yeah?
Because he made a few, mistakes in there, which are normal. Even in the English Premier League, we have referees doing, because it's a human institution.
Right.
But Nigerians want to find the blame. They want to find someone and blame.
And they put it on you people.
Or Daniel Aye, but he's not to blame. They just lost this one. Yeah.
Sorry, Nigeria. Better luck next time. But it's put a lot of pressure on me personally. I don't know how you feel.
Why, you have a lot of Nigerian friends?
Not that. Not only that. If we don't do well in the World Cup,
well, they said
unless you people run away.
They do not have consistent electricity, but what they are going to do is they are going to buy generators and monitor Ghana. They will only turn it on when Ghana is playing at the World Cup.
You people are on your own.
Yeah.
You guys are on your own.
We will prevail,
All
so
right.
don't worry. Yeah.
Okay, so to our first proper story of the morning, our ladies, the Black Queens, they won bronze at the 2024 WAFCON tournament.
Yeah.
This year again, they're in a certain group.
Yes.
Is it tough for
another WAFCON coming up?
Yes.
The 2024 edition was, I wouldn't say meaningless, but it didn't qualify them to the Women's World Cup. Now they have an opportunity of qualifying for the Women's World Cup, which we've not been to for a long time. It's in Brazil in 2027. So if the Black Queens can finish third like they did in the last edition, then they can qualify, because 4 teams would qualify automatically to the Women's World Cup. So yesterday, the draw was done in Morocco. Now everything CAF is Morocco.
Yeah.
It looks like the headquarters of CAF. So we're drawn in Group D alongside Cameroon, Mali, Cape Verde. If we're able to escape the group and go into the knockout phases, then we'll be hoping to qualify for the Women's World Cup. So GFA President KTS Ukreku and Black Queens head coach Kemilas Biokegren were both there and they spoke.
You have to be, obviously, self-motivated. That's the first point. And most importantly, you want to be back at the highest stage of football in the women's category. And therefore, the girls, the coaches, the FA, the government, everybody is motivated to ensure that the girls are very much prepared and to be ready for the WAFCON. And if we go to the WAFCON and we do well, we'll go to the World Cup and also do well. And we're looking forward to such an amazing opportunity. 18 14 days, yes, but it's all about planning. And I think that we have the people with the right levels of skill to plan properly and for us to have a very, very good campaign.
Looking forward to the tournament. I'm happy that when I came in, I think we were number 6 in Africa. Now we are number 3. It makes us top seeded. In the end of the day, if it's going to help or not, I don't know. We're going to face another 3 really good teams. But like I said, I'm looking forward to the tournament, and we will push to do even better this time.
All right. Wishing them the very best. Bronze is not really actually good. So hopefully at the 2026 WAFCON, they do better.
Of course. If they can also finish 3rd like they did in the last series.
No, they should improve, please.
The goal is to qualify for the Women's World Cup.
Okay.
That is the ultimate goal. So
Okay.
if you're able to get there, fine. I mean, even if you do not win bronze and you win any other thing, you've qualified for the Women's World Cup. That is the ultimate goal. So let's see how it goes.
We'll see how that goes. And still on the Ghanaian-Nigerian rivalry love
you guys are just putting salt to injury for Nigerians. They've not gotten over this yet. Maybe after the tournament, that is where they will sit and reflect. But we had Asamoah speaking to former Manchester United defender Rio Ferdinand on his podcast, and Rio had to ask him. I mean, there are a lot of noise about Ghana, Nigeria, and Jan says that there's no love lost. We are friends, but we are rivals as well.
Nigeria is a good rivalry. It's not like a hatred something. You know, we always want to challenge ourselves. They always want to beat us in everything.
Even with Jollof.
With Jollof, you know, with Jollof. But at the end of the day, we love each other. Like we are very good rivals. Very, very good rivals. So anybody who say we hate each other now, that's not it. We love each other, but we don't want the other side to win. In anything. If maybe me and my brother, we're doing something, I don't want him to win, he doesn't want me to win. It doesn't mean we don't love each other. Ghana and Nigeria loves each other. But it's just like it's a good rivalry, and I'm loving it.
It would always be good rivalry between Nigeria.
Of course, we all love that rivalry.
and Ghana. Just that. Anyway, let's come back home and talk about the Ghana Premier League. What's happening today?
19, it's starting today at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Hartlepool would be in action, and it will be live on this channel, that is TV3, and also Newday TV. So it's at 3:30. Hartlepool looking at continuing their consistent form. But the other games to look forward to, Imagine United Vision will take on Mediema, with Gold Stars engaging Kotoko. That game would also be live on TV3 tomorrow. So do tune in for Gold Stars Asante Kotoko at 3:30. Brekum Chelsea will take on Suedo All Blacks. Hearts of Lions, they will play 11 Wonders. Wed Baseke Holy Stars also engaging Bechem United. Karela would be at home in Tamale as they welcome Samatex, with the Young Apostles also playing Hoho United. Then there's Nations FC against Adriana on Sunday at 3:30, and it will be live on TV3 and on TV as well.
Yes, sir. Now to our very last story. I'm told there is a return that has been made by Albert Amoah.
I mean, it's a funny story. Just 3 months ago, a club in Libya came to Asante Kotoko and said they needed Albert Amoah. They paid $200,000 for his services. He went, he was earning about $20,000 a month. That was a huge improvement over what he was taking at Kotoko, which was around 6,000 Ghana cedi.
Right.
Now he goes to Libya with a lot of promise, starts scoring for them. Then all of a sudden, he doesn't play enough games for them. And the club feels that they are done with him. So the club has brought him back to Asante Kotoko after 3 months on loan.
So what happens to $200,000?
Well, it's been paid already, so it's the club's loss.
Right.
But remember, these North African clubs have a lot of cash, so they are not really concerned about the money. They brought him back to Asante Kotoko on a 6-month loan, but we are hearing that he may not return back to Al Ahly Benghazi. So that is the latest. He's back, but in all this, Kotoko are the winners because they've earned the cash and they've earned the man as well. Their fans were angry when he was transferred because they felt he was their main source of goals. So as it stands, the Kotoko fraternity are on cloud nine. They are happy, so it's Al Ahly's loss. So Albert Amoah back on loan as
when is Kotoko's next match, though?
They are playing on Saturday.
Is he going to be playing?
Of course.
We'll look out for him.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So that's the start to look out for on Sunday. Please remind me to watch. You can win 2,000. Mutala, thank you very much. Now, Anopedia, unyambo cash out. 2,000 Ghana cedis this morning.
January, December salary.
I know. So you need it.
Cash out is
you
very
need
important.
it. You need it. Koko, bring on the dashboard. Let's see what's going on. I need to start dishing out the money. I made a promise this morning, and I have to deliver to my viewers out there who have played multiple times. And that's the very first winner of 2,000 Ghana cedis for the morning. 055, sorry, I beg your pardon, 0544 806. 3 numbers come after that. Congratulations to you. You just won 2,000 Ghana cedis. Koko, please call this person for me as I take a break. When I come back, I would have a conversation with the winner. But 4 more remaining to win 2,000 Ghana cedis this morning. Vasta 439 hash. And definitely some of you out there, about 20 to 30 of you out there, aka in Kuko in Kitty. So make sure that you're playing right now. Star 439 hash is the code. Well, back here in studio, I'm reminding you that if you want to look smart and fashionable, visit any Woodin boutique nationwide today. Woodin offers an amazing collection of authentic African fabrics and ready to wear that come in beautiful designs and colors for men and women. With Woodin, you can get creative and versatile with your designs. Be confident and show off how truly African you are in Woodin. Now go to a Woodin boutique near you today and choose from a variety of trendy products to complement your unique style. Follow Woodin Fashion on Facebook, Instagram at Woodin Fashion, and on TikTok, Woodin_fashion. Woodin La Créateur. We'll be right back. It's still TV3 New Day. I am Cookie.
Come quickly, cause my case is
bakery. Kalo.
My dealer, come quickly.
At this point, we need the water tankers and the dealers who deal in water to come quickly.
To come and
because we've been crying
we've
for
been crying
water
for
all
a
week.
long time. Yes, I mean it was sad. I mean, well, I should say that it's been quite unfortunate what we've been seeing from what you did when you went to Teshi, to Roland yesterday, to Nashoko earlier. I mean, it's something that has to be looked at, but. We still have an update for you because we are on this until we see the problem dealt with, or at least a pathway towards dealing with the problem. So
last night, though, you know, we saw national security distributing water in water tankers. They actually started in the afternoon till about 3 a.m. 3 a.m. in the morning. And when Stanley Nimate, the PRO, of course, of Ghana Water, was speaking, he said that he wished that the problem could be solved now, but unfortunately, it cannot be solved, but it will be solved soon. But ultimately, we need to re-establish or reinstitute the desalination plants. We need to get it up and running again so it would solve the problem. Because the question is, if these residents are bringing jerry cans to the water tankers, how many can you even carry at a time? And even if you carry 2 or 3, would it be enough to sustain you throughout the day, the next day, and the subsequent days? It is expensive,
Yes. And yesterday, when Roland went to the desalination plant, the back of it, you could see that it looked almost like 2 best pipes, big ones, and people were fetching water from that place.
Right.
And yes, the water looked clean, but the environment was dirty. And it still wasn't okay for me. Yes. But like you said, the national security indeed gave some water to the people in the Teshi area, the Triblo area, up until 3 a.m., starting around 1 p.m. of yesterday. We also do understand that the assembly on its own is also drilling some 2
boreholes.
Boreholes. So perhaps we can see a bit of what's going on, and then we can try and speak to the assemblyman for the Triblo area who is on standby to join us here. So that's what you're saying. I think the drilling of the mechanized borehole. Yes. So that's what you're seeing right now. And hopefully they're able to get some water and people can depend on this. Yes.
The situation is really dire we need to solve it ASAP. Actually, it has to be solved now. But seeing as it cannot be solved now, as soon as possible would suffice for the moment. Do we already have Niama Koe, Assemblyman for Triblo Central Electoral Area, on at the telephone lines already? Or he's joining us on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, good morning, Niama.
Hi, good morning.
That's where my guy ends for the morning. Welcome to TV3 Newday. I'm sure you've been keeping up with the latest, especially here on TV3. There's been outbursts all over Nungua, Keteshi, some parts of Spintex Road, Dadeko Topon, Ketema, Kenibi, Fe, Ofana Lebine. What's the latest update? How do you personally even feel about the situation at the moment?
Okay, first of all, I want to say a very big thank you, and I'm glad I'm here to speak on this issue. First of all, it's sad. We all know it's sad. We know water is life, and water is the basic need that every household should get. But it's rather unfortunately we are in this situation. But we believe it will pass soon. It will come to an end soon.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But Niama, for the sake of those who are listening to us, I've been to Teshi Fertilizer and its environs, and most of them actually did not even know that there was a looming water crisis. Most of them didn't even get the communique that was released sometime in October. They had no idea at all. Some people are citing unresolved contractual problems. That's why the desalination plant has been shut down. But the Ghana Water Company too is saying that there isn't critical maintenance culture by its operators. Where you sit, is that the same feeling you have? Is that the inclination? Is that the intel you've picked up? Or what else can you tell us?
Okay, from where I sit, I feel TV3 should be in a good seat to let us know what exactly is wrong with that. Yeah, but we've heard some stories around it concerning the contract issues and maintenance issues, and we hope it would resolve as soon as possible by Ghana Water, so we can have water flowing in our taps daily.
Okay.
When
we came around, most of your residents were asking you to do something immediately. I encountered school children who had not been to school for some days. They were just loitering about in the neighborhood because there wasn't any water at all. Yesterday, we saw tankers go around distribute water. What's the update that you can give us? What are you doing in the interim to solve the problem of the residents as the assemblyman or member?
Okay, so first of all, the current update we have now is the tankers are still going out to supply water to the community folks. Teshi is very big. We have over 150,000 population. So the tankers move from electoral area to electoral area, doing that under the supervision of the drip coordinator, and then our municipal chief executive, who in the person as Honorable Israel Ajeto Uchenma, has also taken a practical step to address the issue by drilling mechanized boreholes across the municipality. And currently, in total, what we have now, he'll be drilling 5 mechanized boreholes.
Okay.
Yes, which will be drilled at Kamtu School, Lekma Hospital, Teshi Gono School, Teshi Palladium House, around the Palladium House, and then Teshi Aboma. This is what the MC is doing at the moment. And then our MP has already done some drilling of boreholes, which I know they'll be finishing next week, so that water can start coming. He has drilled 3 so far at the moment. So that is what is happening now. They are working on it, so we can have water at least to hold the situation a bit, because the issue is very serious over here.
The issue is very serious, you say, and I'm glad you talk about the number of people living in that place. 150,000, yes, population.
Over 100.
Yes, and based on what you said, where the boreholes are located, it looks like these are strategic locations, particularly for the Lekma Hospital that needs water almost every second. But in the meantime, you said that tankers are going around giving water to the residents there. Are they paying?
No, please, they are not paying. So, what the MC does is the assembly provides fuel. The assembly and in collaboration with the MP, they provide fuel for the tankers to go and fetch out water. I know from Abelinkwe, and then they return back, and then they go to the community, and they dispense it. Sometimes they go to community members who have polytank, some to have well, they dispense it there and let the people know that, look, there's water here, so at least you can come and get some water here at this time, and then they do it perfectly.
Yes, you talk about drilling boreholes. Perhaps I should ask you, how soon will, for instance, the 2 you're drilling today be ready for the people to use?
Okay, so yesterday, the borehole for Kamtu was drilled, and the pipes were laid into it, and today they are working on the platform, which after they are done with the platform, they'll place 2 polytanks there, because the borehole, the water should be treated. So one will receive the water from the borehole. Also, they would put in pump in it in 3 days' time because of the debris. It has to settle. So once they put in the pump in it and the polytanks be made available, within a week, all this should be ready. So the water can move from first polytank, which is the raw water, and then to the treated one into the second one. So I took the contractor this morning, and then he gave us assurance that they'll finish the drilling. Sorry, they'll finish the Kamtu work in a week time, and then tomorrow they'll be drilling 3 places. He said they'll be drilling Teshi Gono School tomorrow. They'll start early in the morning. They'll drill the Gono School. They'll drill Aboma School, and then they'll drill Palladium.
Okay.
Palladium House.
I know drilling borehole is also quite expensive, especially treating the water if it is very salty. How financially ready are you when you're looking at 5, so you're able to complete all these within the time for people to use?
Okay, as we all know, water is life. So our municipal chief executive is fully ready to go the extra mile to get this done. So financially, I spoke to the MC yesterday, and then he told us that we're using the common fund.
Yes.
There's an allocation in the common fund that allows them to drill boreholes, so they will do that as soon as possible. So,
Niama, it's weekend, and we know that especially during the weekends, water usage goes very high. Clothes must be washed, bathrooms, kitchens, everywhere must be cleaned up. The demand for water over the weekend would really be high. What's the plan?
Okay, so earlier I spoke on Ghana Tonight concerning the national security providing us with tankers. So they are still on the work too as well. So initially it was just one tanker, which was the District Assembly Common Fund. Sorry, the drip tanker that was supplying water to the whole community. But now we have a lot of we have the national security tanker, and we have the drip tanker. We are hoping to receive extra tanker from other districts, from other districts to help us to do that. So we are praying by the close of today we'll get that, and then from tomorrow more water can be dispensed to the people in the community.
Okay. All right. We do thank you for your time, but we hope that you're also working on communication so that people know the vantage points where these tankers go, so that they can also get their water supply. But we do thank you for your time this morning.
Hello. Before I leave, can I make a little remark? Can I leave my last remark?
We didn't get that said.
Go ahead.
Okay, so all I want to say is that the assembly fully recognized the hardship that people of Techian are currently facing, and then the MC and all assembly members are working tirelessly to mitigate the situation and support residents. And then on behalf of the MC, which is Honorable Ijarajeto Chema, on behalf of our MP, Honorable Benjamin Aikunate, and then all assembly members, we want to thank the people of Techian for their patience and their cooperation. And we want to assure them that this challenge will pass soon, and we'll do everything to hold it very well.
All right. Ni problem abashi.
Your guy is actually better than you estimated.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. Niama has to help me with that. Niama Kwe is the assemblyman for the Chiblo Central Electoral Area. Niama Ofane Oyu Wadong. Koko, you promised to call the first winner for me. I am announcing. Oh, the person is not picking up. How do you win 2,000 Ghana cedis and you don't pick up? Okay, let's have, because I want to do all the draws this morning, and I want to speak to the winners as well. So my viewers out there know that I'm not joking when I say I'm going to give you money. They have played and they need to win. Let's bring back the dashboard and let's see what's going on. Second, 2,000 coming again. Third, fourth, and then we are done for the morning. But of course, TV gets results. TV3 Media General gets results, and we've been crying for water all week, and you can see the results. And I have a further update for you. You know, I was in Techi Fertilizer. No, Techi Fertilizer.
Where you spoke to that woman who confronted the assemblywoman and said that, no, you're not doing anything. Just fix the problem. Yeah.
TV3. This morning, they've opened the taps for us, and you can see from the video, the tap is flowing. Before then, even if they open the tap, it's just for about 2-3 hours, and then the tap is being locked again. But today, since morning, pipe has still been flowing. The pipe is flowing and it's still flowing. We pray that this will actually come to solve most of our problems. We want to say a big thank you to TV3 for doing us that great honor yesterday. We pray that this will continue so that at least 2 or 3 times in a week we are going to have the tap flowing. And I believe this will ease the pressure on us in terms of going around to look for water. As I speak, my bucket is full. The bucket is full. I have to lock it. The bucket is full. Yeah.
The smile on my face.
This is very lovely. Yes.
This is lovely.
Water is life.
Yeah.
And this is what we are talking about.
Yeah.
TV3 gets results. Of course, we are first in news, best in entertainment, but we are nothing without you. So thank you very much for your patronage over the years and for doing this with us all through the week. We are super, super grateful. Thank you. And I do hope that there's more respite this weekend as more people will be home. Second winner of 2,000 Ghana cedis coming now. Let's see who the winner is. Call the winners for me. Let me have a conversation with them. 054-6867. 3 numbers come after that. You just won 2,000 Ghana cedis. Beatrice, your third one, no?
Yes.
Give out the third one this morning.
Let's see who the third winner is. Oh, wow. I'm excited about this already. Yes. Okay. And there we go. The number scrolling. Okay. 0243636. And then you have the other 3 numbers remaining, dash. 0243 and, okay, 3636 and dash.
Okay.
So congratulations to you. Okay. 3 of you. We are left with 2 more.
Yeah, 2 more.
Wow.
2 more to go. 2 more to go. This is the 4th one for the morning.
Yes.
We promised and we have delivered. Wow. 0544157. 3 numbers come after that. You have just also won 2,000 Ghana cedis. I'm waiting. No, Coco, call them for me. I need to speak to them.
So other
people need to experience this and know that it is real. We are just not talking and just announcing numbers. These are real winners getting through 2,000 Ghana cedis this morning. And Beatrice, you want to help us with this information?
Yes. Are you ready to scratch, win, and live your dreams? Review Scratch for Win is here to change your life. Just dial 8*850*3# to stand the chance to win up to 1 million Ghana cedis in cash prizes instantly. It's easy, it's exciting, and it's regulated by the National Lottery Authority. Just dial *850*. Let me just take that again. You just dial *850*3# or visit www.scratchforwin.com to play now. It's easy to play. Simply dial *850*3# on all networks. You select your preferred stake amount. That's 5 Ghana cedis to 2,000 Ghana cedis. Choose your lucky card out of 5 exciting options. Option 4, you confirm your selection and enter your Momo PIN. 5, receive game results and winnings instantly. Yeah, so it's easy, fun, and exciting. Get ready to scratch, win, and live your best life with Reveal Scratch for Win. Up to 1 million Ghana cedis up for grabs today. Just dial, once again, *850*3#. Is the short code to play on all networks, or visit www.scratchforwin.com to play now. Review Scratch for Win, Scratch Keke, Nedisika, Seibem. Review is strictly for persons 18 years and over. Review Scratch for Win is powered by Super Cash Games.
Fantastic.
So keep playing.
So I'm told one of the winners is on the telephone lines. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Congratulations to you.
Oh, wow.
Me pacho unsaka sikana no pay.
Da bi saka ya. Afuna so check it.
But when your message, you know.
Da bi afuna me ho.
Any message now, because you're from we dear. I was I will check your phone this is here now sikana ba na, because I could have never called you without the money in your Momo wallet. You know, say your memo be swat check here ma fa phone mo bi na omo hwe ma say sikana ba na, but me sure say where we need 2,000 Ghana cedis and not pay.
Wow.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
This man is so excited.
He's very excited. I'm sure he didn't expect it. He was just playing, but he didn't expect it. Congratulations to you.
Wow.
Call somebody else for me who's won. But this is the last one for the morning.
10,000 to 5 people.
Yes.
Huge.
Last one. Whose number? Okay. Wow. Okay. 0242 742. 3 numbers come after that. Congratulations to you. You are our last winner for the morning. You also just won 2,000 Ghana cedis. Congratulations to all of you. You know, we'll be inching closer to end of month next week. So the big one is coming. Yes, next week we'll do a heavy one next week. So please be on the lookout for that one. But the journey ends this Sunday, 25th of January 2026, as Mentor crowns its next star. 6 finalists, 1 winner, 1 historic night. Would it be Tiki, Andy Qualms, Achedie, Kwekushai, Ivy Hollies, and DNA? Well, go head to head. They are going head to head in a battle of vocal dexterity, electrifying performances, and dazzling dance steps in the Mentor finale. Who walks away with the ultimate prize? Find out live at the National Theatre Sunday, the 25th of January 2026, 8 p.m. sharp. Tickets are going out for just 50 Ghana cedis. The stage is set, the votes and performances decided all. To push your favorite contestant to the grander prize, dial *713 *13 or download the MG Reality app. Vote now and keep their dream alive. Be there live at the National Theatre and cheer your contestants to victory. It will be an exciting experience, so see you there.
Yeah.
All right, getting into birthdays now. Happy birthday. If it's your birthday, you are blessed and highly favored. Michael Collins, prosperity to you, from infinite prosperity, actually, from your entire family. Celebrating Nana Dr. Okra Beidu III. Kwewu Boja Sihene, may you experience many more beautiful years. Gerald of Winterfell School, happy birthday. Miss Bonivia sent in that one. Collins in New York, happy birthdays from your children and your wife. Let's move on to celebrate Dionetta Esinam Agbozo. Oh, Daryl's sister. Daryl, how you doing, by the way?
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to also celebrate the very cute Kayla and Munyam Zotovie. Happy birthday to you, cute one. It's from the entire family. Agble Sairam Christabel of Naspa is from the Agble family in Ho Epoye Naulo Christabel. Eric Bismarck, hey, your fashion is not easy. Wow, I know, right? Wishing you all the best. Muhammad Ilyasu Jr., wishing you the very, very best. Gloria, picture. Happy birthday to you. Celebrating Faustina Quino, Mama. Happy birthdays from Richard. Auntie Maggie of Tema, happy birthday to you from the entire family. Elvis Nanabeng Fokwo, happy birthdays from Newday. Mr. Joseph Bini, happy birthdays from Araba. Mrs. Sandra Nakia Benson, Calvary YAF member, happy birthday. Claudia, happy birthday to you as well. Benis Okain, happy birthdays from your parents. Nashida Nobio, I think I got that correct. It's from Uncle Koi and wife. Happy birthday, cute one. Alfred Alaye, Ghana Armed Forces Defense Civilian Staff. Happy birthday to you, honey. Okay. Togbi Aga Samaglo, the first. May God bless your new age, give you a longer life. Togbi, FAA now, lo, FAA now. Abigail Kuleke Yavu Awoha, FAA now is from Nana. Nora Ashon Katai, have an amazing year. God bless you so much. Hussam Haida, Managing Director of Trade Mart Ghana. It's from the Trade Mart team. Hussam, happy birthday to you. Enjoy, live long and prosper. Thank you, all of you for sticking and staying. But there's a last information. If you've got a gifted child at home, this is your moment. Talented Kids Season 17 auditions are officially open. Kumasi, we are coming to the Micklin Hotel on 18th of January, 8 a.m. sharp in the morning. You got to be there. And for families in Accra, you can bring your kids to the TV3 premises on 20th of January, also at 8 a.m. Talented Kids Season 17, where talent finds a stage. It's been a very eventful week. Tomorrow is going to be power-packed on the key points.
Yep.
Make sure that you do not miss it. If you missed everything that's happened during the week, of course, Alfred Okanse has got you
the
on.
Stories that are going to be
Alfred Okanse has got you on the key points. And he gets the men. Last week, the Deputy Attorney General was here. Many people were on the panel. And Professor Zato, my goodness, so spirited, I know. So be on the lookout for that one again tomorrow. But in the meantime, enjoy the rest of our programming. I am Cookie. This morning, we did this with Akable, who had to run along. But of course, Beatrice, and your dress is from
Bellberry.
Hey, Bellberry.
Yes, I just sent to the Shadow Golf Filling Station.
Belberry, thank you for making Our Lady look beautiful. Lauren Hoods Couture for mine as well. Thank you very much. We'll see you on Monday.